Welcome to the Wednesday regular meeting on November 1st, 2023 of the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners. And I'll be turning to John to see if we have any additions and deletions. I know we have one addition.
One deletion.
And, we have a deletion? I didn't know that.
I thought we had an addition.
We have an addition of exec session at the end.
No, I thought we had another one coming from the attorney's office.
That's the exec session.
No, I thought there was
Okay,
one about the
so
Board of Appeals.
I'm going to let John go first on the addition of the exec session, then I'll do the deletion.
I said we were adding it.
How old are you, John?
Yes, my understanding is that the board wanted to have an executive session at the conclusion of today's meeting to continue the discussion involving the Rock Creek Road Association litigation that was undertaken yesterday when the board was out at Redstone. So I would ask that the board simply add that at the end of the agenda as an executive session with one item, and that is discussion of Rock Creek Road Association litigation with council pursuant to 24-6, 402, 4B.
402 what?
4B.
Thank you.
Lindsay?
We need to move to add that.
Well, before we do
Let's
that,
see what John has for deletion.
Patty?
I thought that that Rye was bringing forward another item about the Board of Appeals.
Not that
He had
I'm
mentioned
aware
that yesterday, but he didn't ask for exec session for that.
It's not exact, I'm just asking that, I thought we were adding it to today's agenda.
I haven't heard about that. Have you heard about that?
There are
John?
issues with that, but I haven't heard of
Okay,
an
no,
agenda
I was
item
just
today.
waiting to, okay.
There he is, though.
You're ahead of the curve.
Rye, did you have another thing to add to the agenda today, perhaps, other than the exec session?
No, not other than the exec session.
Okay,
Nothing about the Board of Appeals? Okay.
great. Okay, John, pick up.
Yeah, and then item 2 under individual consideration, first reading, set for public hearing on November 15th. We had proposed removing from the agenda. We still are waiting our final contract from DOLA, so we don't have that.
So we're not
We
ready for
thought,
that.
yeah, we thought we'd have it for you today. We
About
don't.
the Climate Action Plan?
Correct.
Okay,
I will make a motion to amend the agenda to include executive session at the end of the day and to delete item number 2 under individual consideration items.
I'll second the motion.
all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay, that passes 3-0. Do we have Greg online, Michaela?
He is trying to join right now. I am sending him a link.
Okay. Okay, we will move on to public comments. Is there anybody in the room who wishes to make comments about an item that is not on the agenda today?
I'm assuming I sit here.
That's great. You would identify yourself and
Yes, good afternoon, board. My name is Elise Hoddle. I reside at 111 Emma Road in Basalt in Pitkin County.
welcome, Elise.
Thank you. I know Francie and Greg. We sit on the core board, Community Office for Resource Efficiency together. I also am on the Climate Action Collaborative for Eagle County and the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, which is, if you're not familiar with it, a coalition of folks in the Valley working on affordable housing issues, all near and dear to my heart. But today I'm coming to you wearing 3 hats, my council hat, my community hat, and my wife hat, to talk to you about Stubby Sports Bar and Eatery, which is going to be on your agenda in a couple of weeks. This business has been around for 25 plus years. It is under continuous ownership of my husband, although many partners have come and gone over the years. And in fact, the name of their LLC is PB&F, which stands for Partners, Brothers, and Friends. And if you've ever been to Stubby's, it really is like a real life Cheers in our valley. Like, there are some regulars, there's a Norm, there's everybody. It's also the longest single tavern license in Basalt, continuously. And then just kind of wanted to set some history for you all. The building was purchased by the county in 2016, I believe, for the office space for the remodel next door, making the county the landlord. So I wanted to also dispel a myth that Stubby's is subsidized. I've heard that from a couple of people. To my knowledge, they pay market rate. However, the prices are still affordable, and that is intentional. And I know this because I made the changes to the menu in the graphics program the last 2 times. And we've discussed, raising them in order to keep up with inflation, but not so much that it can't be affordable to a local. And that's what Stubby serves. We serve locals. It's affordable, it's close to the bus line, which means that it's environmentally friendly, and it's also safe. There are local hosts for trivia, karaoke, fun events. I don't know if any of you have ever been there, but we would love for you to come.
We've all been there.
Oh, yay.
And my
That's
daughter's
great.
one of your karaoke queens there.
Oh, fantastic. We also serve a little bit of the Latinx community, which is unusual, but because of the proximity to the mobile home park, they do come over. At least 2 of the bartenders are Spanish speakers. And we are LGBTQ friendly, and because we're open late, it's one of the few places as people travel back down Valley that they can stop on their way home from work and just kind of chill out for a moment before heading home. So I guess what I want to say here is, Stubby's made it through a recession. They made it through a pandemic with the help of an EIDL loan, which we still owe money on. And that was taken out with under the assumption that there was no designs on the space after Hope Palace left. And it's a little bit ironic that I have heard that possibly the space should be used for office spaces. One thing I would say is that as a Basalt Town Councilor, I do understand employee retention, and I understand how important that is. But I would say, that there are other possibilities for employee retention besides office space in Basalt, and that folks tend to drive to Basalt. I hate to say it. As a core board member, I don't want to admit that, but a longstanding Aspen business just moved to Basalt, and several of my friends work there, and I know for a fact that now that there's parking and there's no time limit on that parking, they all drive. So from an environmental perspective, it's not necessarily what you would hope that it would be. Perhaps work from home hybrid would be a better option. So to sum up, I want to say that I ask you to preserve this community serving business and find a different employee retention mechanism, and to grant Stubby's a minimum of a 3-year lease, but preferably a 5-year lease. And if you granted us a 10-year lease, I would literally jump for joy.
Thank
Can
you.
we see that?
Yes, I will even kick my heels up together.
Thank you very much, Elise.
Thank you,
Thanks.
thank you.
Is-
Well, as he said, my name is Trent Castleberry. I have been owner of Stubby since 1997. Sorry, I feel a little emotional because this is close to home. But, when I was told that the county had ideas on my, unit in the building, that I would only be granted a 1, possibly 2-year extension on my lease, and then after that there would be no more renewals, and I think that's a mistake by the county. Just for this fact is that, we serve the people that no one else does. I had someone in yesterday, he said that he came all the way down from Aspen to play pool and have a drink and some food, because he said the last time he went out here in Aspen that he paid for 3 drinks and an appetizer, and it charged him, he said it was $70. He says, I cannot afford that. He works for RAFTA. He said that I cannot afford to live in this valley if that's what I'm going to have to pay moving forward to entertain myself on a regular basis. Someone who's in the bar the other day as well that said that they read something that said 30% of the working staff in this valley has said that they have plans on moving out of the valley because of the costs, that they cannot afford to live here anymore. And my wife and I are struggling with that as well. We live in affordable housing. However, we probably will lose our housing here soon. For the fact is that we are just barely over the income to qualify for that housing, and then the housing jumps significantly from that to the next level. I just hear from so many people that they appreciate having a place they can go where they don't have to spend all their money and they can relax and enjoy themselves without having to, travel all over. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Steve?
So this is the first I had heard anything about the Stubby's lease possibly not being renewed, but it is our board that is the ones who approve the leases on it. And I am a Basalt person. Basalt's my town, and I will remember your comments when, if that issue comes up to us.
Nancy, can I real quick?
Sure.
I just want to thank you for hosting my daughter in karaoke and my son-in-law's birthday a couple years ago, where I got the one up on him, and he walked in and there were balloons and a big cake, and you guys helped me set that up. I get him every year, and you helped me do that year, so I want to thank you. And we used to have our meetings, our Thursday evening or afternoon meetings down there, so we're familiar with the facility.
We still do sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe this week.
Yeah, just for clarification, the lease that is being proposed, I believe, is a 2-year extension versus I think there's a 5 or longer, as has been expressed here, desired. That does not mean that there wouldn't be further extensions. We're leaving open the possibility because of all of the demands right now for space in Basalt, that we wanted to leave some options open for the board in the future to consider without additional purchase or construction, given our constrained kind of capital budgets at this point. So, that is, I think what's precipitating the comments is, there is a proposed extension. It's not for the length of time right now that I think the proprietors, and I go there too, to be honest, and I'll be there Thursday if I'm still welcome there. But the proposal was really to try and leave some options open for the board as we get more and more demands for space, and there could be additional extensions.
Will that come to us? Or is
Yeah, that's a decision of the board.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the public who'd like to make comment today? Anybody online, Michaela?
Greg is crooked. Greg, you've gone sideways on
Right,
us.
I'll close the public comment period.
Okay.
and Look for commissioner comments. Yeah, Patty?
Okay, winter is upon us. The pass is closed, is my understanding, for the rest of the season. Things are slippery outside, as we were talking about earlier, so please be careful crossing the streets. And both driving safely, please, folks. We would really appreciate that extended effort.
Thank you.
They're making snow on Aspen Mountain, so you're going to hear those guns at night now. So let's wish everybody well on all the mountains that are making snow. Buttermilk will be following at some point a little bit later. And I want to thank the community for their outreach and the passing of my husband, Tommy. It's meant a lot to the family, and I really want to thank the community for coming forward.
Nice letter yesterday.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Steve?
So I would take exception to your statement that it is winter.
I'll allow that.
On a ranch in the Mid-Valley, this is fall still. We have snow during fall, but we keep doing ranch work until it is physically impossible because of too much snow to be doing something. So I still have some weed control I am working on. I have some fence work I'm going to be working on, and those are fall and summer kind of jobs for me. And the bears are still out, and I figure we have a bear wandering around up there on our place too. So when the bears go into their dens and I put my tools all away for the winter, then we can officially say it's winter.
You're right, I still have my gardens to put to sleep at my house, if I can find them underneath the snow I have in my yard.
Thank you, Steve. Greg?
Yeah, hi, all. Sorry I can't be there today. Just wanted to say, as we see the season changing, yesterday I wanted to report I saw a herd of elk running down across the open spaces at Sky Mountain Park. Several cow elk were running, and it was just so beautiful, running through the snow. And they were followed by two bulls, and then the bulls decided to spar right in the middle of the meadow, and they had this incredible sparring competition. And it was like right out of Yellowstone or National Geographic or one of these things. It was so spectacular. But I also want to report the sorry side of that is while the animals are on the move, we're seeing collisions on the highway. I can tell you they're deer and elk carcasses. I don't know if you all saw the deer carcass next to 133 yesterday coming back from Redstone, and last week the elk carcasses on 82. So I just want to warn people to slow down. The animals are on the move. A lot of neighborhoods are starting to see the bulls come and hide out in our neighborhood. And the cows know as well too where the safe places are because the hunters are looking for them. So we all just have to be more vigilant to keep from running and getting collisions with wildlife, so large and small. So let's drive a little more carefully and look out for the big animals. Thanks.
Can I ask Greg
Thank
a
you,
question? Greg, is that
Oh,
bull?
you know what?
Wait, is that bullock still in your
Sorry?
yard? The big guy, the big bull, still coming to your yard?
They'll be back. The bulls will be back. I haven't seen them lately, but I know they're going to come back. The other thing was at this afternoon at 1:00, we can't be there, but I know there's a meeting out at the landfill. CPW and the sheriff's office are meeting with Kathy and some of the bear advocates in the valley just to talk about the problem at the landfill where we have a large number, a herd of bears, whatever you call it, a large number of bears. Who depend on the landfill now, and it sounds like it's something worth looking into, and I'm hoping we can sort out how to humanely take care of the situation because we're creating a dependency at the landfill, or at least the bears are enjoying themselves, and I'm not sure we understand how to prevent that yet. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Well, we have a bear in the tree right outside the administration building out here, and there are at least 175 elk who think that the Flying Dog Ranch is a safe place. They have been there every day.
Wow.
And we've been watching them cavort. It's the largest group I've seen in a few years. They're pretty amazing. They're running around yesterday morning. It was so awesome to watch. And a coyote came across, and a big bull went out to sort of confront the coyote, who, when he saw the bull coming, turned south. And then the bull just kept going west for a little while. We were trying to figure out what he was doing because all the rest were back. And then he turned around and ran back. And then they all hung out for hours. It was just weird.
How fun to watch.
They are amazing to watch. I also wanted us to take a minute to recognize the death and destruction going on in the Gaza Strip still, and I'm not taking sides on anything except thinking about the citizens there and the loss of children. And like I said, as I said last week, it is amazing to live in this Eden that we live in and think about that kind of situation somewhere else in the world. So I think all of us send our sympathies over there. It's
Yes.
pretty desperate. Okay, we'll move on to consent items. And the only one is the minutes of October 25th. This is a single reading.
I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 That passes 4-0. And then in individual consideration items, we are not going to do item number 2. We've already voted to delete that from the agenda, so we will move on to item number 3, which is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the purchase of a conservation easement from Aspen Valley Land Trust on the back 80 parcel, and Dale will talk to us about that.
I brought some friends,
All right.
colleagues. Let's see, I'm gonna sit here so I can, well, that's right, you go there. So I can show some of your beautiful maps. Well, thank you, and my name's Dale Will. I'm the Acquisition Director for Pitkin County Open Space and Trails, and I'm joined by my colleague Suzanne Stevens, the Director of Aspen Valley Land Trust, and Aaron Quinn, the
Conservation Director.
Conservation Director for Aspen Valley Land Trust. And we are here to talk about proposed acquisition of a conservation easement on a property that we're now referring to as the back 80. And I've got a map to show you exactly where this is. What do I do? Share screen? Where is it?
Clean one of these up.
Michael Osley trained me not to show up here without a map. So, it's in his,
Not that you would,
There
anyway.
you are, and then you can just toggle between them.
okay, great. So this shows you where we are, and I actually want to, how do I toggle?
The arrows. You can use the arrows in the laptop.
Which arrows?
I can't help you.
Oh. Well,
You almost had it. There
There.
you go. Yeah, there you go.
this one I think is going to be easiest for everyone to zero in on. So what we're looking at is the town of Marble, and these gray pieces, and as well as this dark green piece, are other conserved lands. This is the wetland that was donated to the Trust for Land Restoration recently. These other parcels, AVLT has already conserved. They just got, they bought the Marble Base Camp a few years ago, just closed on the acquisition of the Outward Bound property here, and the focus of today's discussion is the latest in this fortunate series of land conservation projects, which is the back 80 acres that we had thought about bringing it in as a component of the Outward Bound project when you all looked at that, and it wasn't quite ready, but we did just close last month rather, on the conservation easement on the Outward Bound property, now known as Base Camp West, and during the discussions about Outward Bound, AVLT had an opportunity to put together this contract to add to the conservation with this 80 acres, and is now under contract for it, and it would expand this Base Camp West property, basically triple it in size. We brought this to the Open Space Board for funding of a conservation easement on it, and the Open Space Board gave its unanimous recommendation in favor of an expenditure of $195,000 from the Open Space Fund to purchase this conservation easement that funding will assist AVLT in making this acquisition. And although we try to be very judicious when we go outside the county, there are some kind of compelling public interests involving Pitkin County at stake with this acquisition. As you can see, the backdrop of all these high peaks in the Maroon Belt Snowmass Wilderness, most of those peaks are in Pitkin County, and that's kind of symbolic of the habitat connectivity. And let's see if I can find my habitat map here. This map shows the CPW mapped habitat for both deer and elk, and this map was part of the recent Roaring Fork Watershed biodiversity findings. The purple is habitat of high quality, and thinking back to that 3D map, you can see that that was on kind of a southwest facing slope, something that is very important as winter habitat for deer and elk. And those animals don't know what county they're in, but they're certainly inside of our watershed. So the Open Space Board and the Open Space staff concluded that conservation of this larger area, and the base camp, the back 80 sits right over here, comprising another 2 of these 40-acre parcels across that slope. The conservation of that and the prevention of suburban sprawl emanating out of the town of Marble up onto that hillside would be a good thing. We are assured by our colleagues that the activities of AVLT and its base camp system up there will include winter closures, so that during the time when this habitat is of this very high importance, the amount of human activity up there is going to be minimal. But in addition, the funding of the Outward Bound purchase also identified that that property is very significant in the educational realm of a lot of Aspen school kids. And for the Outward Bound piece, the Aspen School District and the Aspen Parks Department helped fund it. So that also shows that that the educational programs over there are of importance to our residents as well. And with all that in mind, the Pitkin County Open Space Board has recommended unanimously that we fund this acquisition. I'd like to ask our friends from AVLT to give us a little bit more background on how all this came about and what your vision is for having this hillside above Marble.
Let me ask one quick question before you do that. So Gunnison, either of you could answer, is not involved in any of the funding mechanisms for any of this?
Not yet. We are in conversations with them and hoping to bring them to the table, but it's been a slower, more arduous process there.
So can we help with that?
Yes. I think it would be, I mean, for Pitkin County to provide some leverage and incentive is extremely helpful. They do have a process and we're working through it. So we hope to be able to report back to you before closing on this property some good news.
Okay.
So if they need a letter, maybe we can, if that would be helpful. I'm looking at the chairman because she would be the signature on it.
You think that would be helpful?
It certainly wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
I'm happy to draft a letter, and my supposition would be we'd simply be encouraging continued partnership. Just a little bit of historical background. I worked on the conservation easement acquisition on the Darien Ranch, and in that case we had funding from GOCO, which we also had GOCO funding for Outward Bound. We had Pitkin County funding, and we had a smaller amount of Gunnison County for that easement, so there's a precedent for that. Just as a bit of context, the the funds available in Gunnison County are of order of magnitude less than the funds we have available, and they seem to look at the Upper Crystal as kind of something that's outside their their day-to-day concern. Let me just put it that way.
Well, I'd like to confer with a couple of people before we write a letter to Jonathan. So I'm not going to commit right now on that, but
Yeah, but maybe that's something we can think about. Can I ask another? Are we gonna have a conservation easement over this property, and Pickens County gonna be part of that?
Yes,
Yes.
that's the proposal, and I have the contract right here, which Suzanne has signed, and I will attach that as a exhibit on second reading. I'm happy to circulate it now. It's a very basic contract, basically saying that we will acquire a conservation easement for this expenditure of funds. Pickens County will be the sole holder of this easement, and we're comfortable with this whole format. You may recall we started this type of transaction really with the Kaufman Ranch. For years, we're
Right,
buying
right.
land outright, and AVLT's holding conservation easements on our lands, which makes GOCO happy. And in this circumstance, the roles have kind of flipped. They're becoming the landowner, and we're becoming the guarantor of the development restrictions.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Francie.
yeah. What is the thinking behind that arrangement?
Well, it's partly rooted in the county charter that we can't just give grants for acquisitions of things where we're not taking some kind of property interest in the overall property. So we need to tie our investment to something. But it also works pretty well because AVLT has a great conservation easement stewardship program, and so does Pickens County Open Space, and he's sitting right here. So we, among all the other potential easement holders in the valley, other than AVLT, I would have to say that we are the best equipped in terms of staff and expertise to do that.
I was thinking, why the flip in ownership and conservation easement?
Oh, I see.
I was wondering about that change.
Well, it's almost the fact that AVLT took the lead in securing these contracts and really wants to own them. I think it's helpful for us in the case of both Kaufman and the Gunnison County things that our interest is tied more to the conservation of the attributes that are significant to our residents, but doesn't involve the expense of the day-to-day ownership and management of the properties. We do own the Glacier Open Space in Eagle County, and in that case, Eagle held the easement, and we own the property outright.
Right.
But that was because Eagle
You're in
County
demand there, Francie.
didn't want to.
It's the same person. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and in the counties that don't have an open space program that will own properties like you do, such as Garfield and Gunnison, we are the entity there that's qualified to do that. So it has been more of a recent MO for us and not common, but it seems to be happening more and more that conservation easements don't exclusively address all the needs of every remaining open space property in the region. So occasionally we just have to step in and buy it. So your help and partnership has been really fantastic with regard to being flexible in the holding of the easements. And I just wanted to point out on this map, just for reference, the light green is all national forest, and the wilderness boundary is behind these properties. So these are the three colored properties you see there between the Chapin Wright Marble Base Camp, the Outward Bound parcel, and now this back 80. Creates 170 acres that really fills in what are in holdings in the national forest, and really kind of takes care of the substantial concerns for that region of where there could be potential development that would be really disruptive to the natural environment and wildlife there. Anything else you want to share or hear about? I mean, I think in the context of the overall Outward Bound acquisition, which you were very instrumental in, The back 80 is really meant to be quiet area, and it would not be physically used. It's fairly steep, but the elk use the heck out of it, so that really will just be a habitat acquisition to keep it quiet. And then outward bound, we're working through a management plan for that property over the next year, and we will establish the appropriate seasons of use with CPW input and careful looking at the habitat use on that property. And then really being able to knit that together with the existing Chapin Wright Marble Base Camp that we have to create more opportunities for kids that wouldn't have otherwise had the opportunity to do projects from out of there or programs. It's really an amazing legacy, and we're excited to be able to carry it forward. So grateful to all of you, and I know a lot of you have outward bound history up there. So, yeah.
Who owned this piece of property before? From whom are you buying it?
The Johnson family. Thano Johnson, he's a potter that used to live in Marble. He passed away, so his kids are now dissolving their interest in the property. In fact, excuse me, they had another offer for much, much more, and the family has opted to sell to AVLT for the reasons that we've stated.
That's
so
awesome. That's
it is
huge.
really awesome. Yeah.
That's great. Any other questions, Commissioner?
Francie?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Greg here. I'm just looking at the packet and I don't understand something in the paragraph. It just says AVLT has Johnson property, aka the back 80, for $215,000. It sounds like a word or two was left out of that
Yeah,
sentence.
that was a little weird.
And
I
I'm
agree.
trying to, so is the purchase price, the total purchase price, $215,000? Is that what I'm to read from that? And so, but then you need to raise $450 total to handle both the purchase and the stewardship needs. I'm just wondering how this was structured. I certainly support it, and I could go on at length about the value of these properties to Aspen school kids and Ringford Valley school kids. So you all know how much I support this. And I think you answered my question about this. I was going to ask about how steep it was. If it sounds like just a perfect thing to do, but I did want to just drill down a little bit on the purchase price and the stewardship and how was this. I didn't quite understand how this is put together this way. Thanks.
Sure, I can take that one. So the appraised value of this parcel was $240. We're under contract to purchase it for $215,000. The Picken County proposal is to provide about 80% of the property purchase price in conservation easement valuation, which we think is probably about accurate since this land really won't be usable for much other than wildlife habitat after the conservation easement is placed on it. So it really is reducing the value substantially. The total outward bound plus back 80 project cost is $3.5 million. So that includes the purchase price of both the pieces of land, maintenance funds, project costs, including due diligence, et cetera, a stewardship fund to move forward and do the deferred maintenance on the outward bound parcel. And so we are looking, so the 450 fits better into the entire context of both properties together. And if you look at that, Picken County would be supplying about 20% of the total project cost or 32% of the actual land value in the form of a conservation easement, which I think is very reasonable given what an easement would appraise at on land like that with those types of restrictions. Does that help?
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Suzanne. I certainly do support it, and I was wondering, just talking to your development person. I'm sorry, I'm not there in person, but how is it going with reaching out to the kids and the families of all the kids who benefited from this? From the Outward Bound School programs. It just seems to me that there must be a strong community support for this.
Yeah, we've gotten great feedback. We had a really amazing weekend up there a few weekends ago where they invited what are called the Friends of Marble Base Camp up, their former alum and students and instructors of Outward Bound to help do a work day and hand the property over to us. And there was a ceremony kind of honoring the legacy of what has been and the future memories that will be. And we did do a fundraising campaign around the closing date because we did have matching funds to the tune of $250,000 to help activate this total property, the Outward Bound property in particular. So that was successful. We are still going with it, and we anticipate more in the year end. We haven't specifically done a campaign of outreach only, to Outward Bound families themselves, since those are still the relationships of Outward Bound. But we are working together, and we had a meeting with Outward Bound this week to discuss partnering and joint fundraising opportunities, because we do intend to bring Outward Bound back every summer to run a couple of programs and potentially help us with engaging our community and our teachers and getting folks out there and using the property. So I think there's lots of opportunity there, Greg, and I hope to see more of it to come. I think we're still at the beginning, but total fundraising to date, we are approaching, we're getting close to $3 million, so we're doing pretty well. So,
That's great.
yeah.
Right. I was going to suggest if you could just offer the abbreviated programs to alumni like me who went to 8th grade outdoor ed there a very long time ago, I'd probably take you up on it if I could come back and relive some of the misery,
There
So
you go.
just a thought, and I think a lot of other people would as well. It'd be fun to see my classmates and try to do some of this stuff again, but with margaritas instead.
That sounds so dangerous, Greg.
Adult version. Yeah, great.
Other comments or questions?
I would like to do a motion, if
Great.
it's appropriate.
That'd be great.
I would love to do a motion to approve on first reading, set for a second reading public hearing on November the 15th, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing purchase of a conservation easement from the Aspen Valley Land Trust for the Back 80 property. And thank you guys so much for bringing this forward, especially.
I'll rush to
recently.
second.
All right. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye.
Okay, that passes 4-0 as we expected.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
really
Nice to
appreciate
see you
it.
guys.
It's been
Thanks.
Great to partner with you.
As always.
Number 4 on our list today is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending Title 8 of the Pitkin County Code, Title 8, Section 6-30-70. Excuse me. GMQS exemption for large lots, 500 acres plus parcels, and Ryan Neely will talk to us about it.
Well, this isn't quite as sexy as the last thing, but it did get Glenn and Gideon out here maybe, so maybe it's something. Ryan Neely, one of the assistant county attorneys. This is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, amending Title 8 of the Pitkin County Code, specifically Section 63070, which relates to GMQS exemption for large lots or parcels. I'm going to go back through some of the history about how we got here. I originally brought a land use code text amendment to you all regarding this code provision in the early summer. At the time, the idea was what was proposed was to eliminate the GMQS exemption for large lots or parcels altogether from the land use code. This board approved that action, it did approve the action on first reading, followed by a second reading where the board did not adopt that. When the board did not adopt that, they did that partially because the Planning and Zoning Commission did not make a recommendation to this board to remove the GMQS exemption from the code entirely. Instead, the idea was to modify the provision to make it work better. And this board on second reading gave me direction to bring it back in a different form. And the two main changes to the land use code provision that we're talking about are, one, to change the GMQS exemption from a administrative review. The code, as previously written, had the application for this exemption to the community development director, who would then review the application and make a determination on an administrative level. The first change to this provision makes the application to the BOCC, and that would be a special review application. So special review criteria would be applied, and the BOCC would have the discretion to approve or deny the application as the board saw fit. The second large change to the provision is to change the land use code to require that the applicant encumber the property at issue or the property that's the subject of the land use code application with a conservation easement. The prior land use code text required the recording of a covenant against further subdivision. This particular land use code text amendment would have that conservation easement go through a mandatory review by the Open Space and Trails Board, which would then provide a recommendation to this body as to whether to accept the conservation easement or not. This application is a two-step review. This action in front of the board right now is a two-step review process. So it did require a trip to the Planning and Zoning Commission, as I alluded to previously. When it went to the P&Z to eliminate the code provision entirely, the Planning and Zoning Commission was not in favor of that. On October 3, I took this to the Planning and Zoning Commission and got a unanimous approval from that group recommending that this board adopt the land use code text amendments.
Can you address right here?
Sure.
What difference occurred that made them approve it the second time?
Sure, and I wasn't particularly clear about that. The first time when I proposed this land use code text amendment, I was seeking to eliminate the provision entirely from the code. And the idea at the time was to eliminate it from the code and bring it back in an amended form, similar. I guess my intention at that time was probably to bring it back in a similar form as what's on the table today. With the changes that I've proposed now, the Planning and Zoning Commission is in favor of the action. They did not like the idea of removing it from the code altogether.
Even temporarily?
Even temporarily. Some of the concerns shared or expressed by the P&Z at that time were also shared by a couple of members of this board, which were perhaps that this is a path in the land use code that is desirable to maintain, and that maybe utilizing a 500-acre GMQS exemption has some benefits to the county. And part of the land use code text amendment process does require that the action be consistent with the goals in the Pitkin County Comprehensive Plan, one of which is to preserve open space and rural character. And I think the 500-acre GMQS exemption, as originally contemplated by Cindy Hubin, who I think originally brought it forward, was to try and serve that end.
Yeah, okay.
So as amended, the P&Z supported it. There were the resolution that the Planning and Zoning Commission adopted unanimously did include not caveats, but some points of consideration that they wanted me to express to this board in connection with their approval. One was the way that this particular land use code text amendment functions now is that the GMQS exemption on a 500-acre parcel would be for a house with a maximum floor area consistent with the underlying zone district. So if the underlying zone district had a 5,750 square foot floor area cap, then the GMQS exemption, 5,750 is not a good example because that's an existing exemption anyway. But if there was an 8,250 square foot floor area cap in the applicable zone area where the property is located, then this GMQS exemption would only go up to that amount. It would not go up to a higher amount. The discussion at Planning and Zoning Commission was such in regard to this that, with regard to floor area, that perhaps it would be best to allow an applicant to exceed that zoning overlay in an effort to incentivize people to utilize this particular exemption or this application process. The Planning and Zoning Commission went back and forth on that pretty vigorously, and ultimately we're in favor of maintaining the language as drafted, which is you're limited to the floor area limitation in the applicable zone district. But they did wanted to highlight that point to the board because of the idea of incentivizing or making this more enticing for people to use or applicants to use. So that was one point of conversation that they just wanted me to express to this board. The other,
I have a question about that, if you don't mind.
Maybe I
I'm
didn't
sorry to
explain.
interrupt, I just, I have a lot of questions, but this is specific to that.
Sure.
So, these people would be able to use TDRs to go from the allowed 5,750 feet, is that it, 750?
That's correct.
To the 9,250 feet, right? They could use TDRs to do that. So what is there the incentive then to go through this process and put it all into conservation easement when they don't really need to build a bigger house?
Sure. And that requires maybe a little bit more background about the code provision and the exemption as a whole. As it's currently drafted, if you have a 500-acre parcel and you want to utilize this GMQS exemption to exceed 5,750 square feet, you would not need to use TDRs. You would not need to go and get a growth management allocation or anything like that. Similarly, if someone, assuming this board were to adopt some level of house size cap throughout the county, to exceed the 5,750 square foot presumptive floor area, I guess I'm going to call it, or existing exemption, you would still need to utilize some, whether it's GMQS allocation or TDRs, to exceed 5,750. So utilizing this particular code provision, you would be able to go up to, let's say, 9,250 square feet without getting a GMQS allocation or without utilizing TDRs. So there's certainly an incentive there, both financial and a time-saving incentive, no doubt about it.
That amount of financial savings might not be that significant for somebody who owns 500 acres. To you and me, it would be, but.
That may be the case. And this was definitely a point that we debated at P&Z, and that ultimately landed that there maybe isn't a right answer here. The value of time is hard to put a price on, and going through something like a GMQS allocation process where you have to put together planning and go through a multi-year process, likely there's significant value in that.
In time. Okay, I can see that.
The
All right.
cost savings, I guess it's going to depend on who's utilizing the allocation.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
That's great, thank you.
The code provision.
So, just to be clear, and the letter from Molly Fales got me to thinking about this.
Sure.
People would have, with a 500 acre or greater parcel, would have two choices on how to proceed. One would be to apply for the exemption, in which case they would place the 500 acres in a conservation easement, and then they could build their house up to either 9,250 or whatever the maximum is in that zone district, which in some caucus areas would be 5,750 or something different. That's the first option. Second option would be someone doesn't want a conservation easement on their property. They could go through the GMQS competition and get an allocation and then build their house, in which case they might need to do TDRs depending on the size of the house. So it gives them two ways they could build their house on their property. Is that correct? So then, going to Molly's letter, which had to do with what she felt was like putting it has to do with the donation of the conservation easement and the value of that. So they wouldn't be required, they're not being forced to do the conservation easement at all. They have another way they could do it. So the point that Molly brought up, I think, is just really a moot point. It doesn't really apply. The people aren't being forced to do a conservation easement, so their donation would be valid according to the state law, as I would understand it. Is that correct?
Well, I think I understand your point. First of all, somebody with a 500-acre parcel likely has more than just two options to proceed. They probably have a number of options under the code, whether that be subdivision or utilizing the 35-acre subdivision exemption process, or engaging in our open space preservation master planning process, or utilizing this 500-acre GMQS exemption. The land use code was just changed recently so that you can land a TDR on the property to establish initial development rights. So there's a whole myriad of options that an individual could avail themselves on a 500-acre parcel. To the extent that somebody wanted to utilize a state or federal tax benefit to put either conservation easement on their property or otherwise engage in some kind of conservation effort on their property, that person would be free to do that, and there's nothing in the code and nothing in this land use code provision that forces somebody with a 500-acre parcel to put a conservation easement on their property. That's not the intent of this legislation or the proposed legislation, and I didn't follow the logic of that comment really whatsoever, but that's just my opinion, I suppose.
Dale has his hand up.
I know.
Maybe
I
you
see.
could enlighten us a little
Nancy
more.
has a
on that.
question I can see.
I'm
written
wondering
on her face.
where to go to next. Dale, did you have an answer to
Well,
that?
there's a
Can you
nuance.
come up to the
Come
table?
As I can hear Suzanne squirming too. There's a nuance I just want to be clear about, which is that for decades, the IRS has had this rule they call the quid pro quo rule, which is really a reflection of the reality that many levels of government all around the country have code provisions where someone can trade a conservation easement for some type of permit. And the IRS audit guide says if that happens, the value of the permit they receive for the conservation easement has to be deducted from any claim of a donation. So, Rye's correct. The connection to a land use approval doesn't prohibit the person from seeking to show there's been a donation. However, from an appraisal standpoint, someone has got to figure out how to deduct the permit value from the total value of the conservation easement, and it's a tricky situation for a landowner to get into. So generally when we do things that involve conservation easements that are traded for permits, which most often comes up for open space with these open space master plans, we warn the landowners that they need to think carefully about this quid pro quo valuation issue and talk to their CPA and their attorney and everything and make sure that they're comfortable before they make such a claim.
So the awarding of the GMQS exemption is not contingent on their putting a conservation easement on the property?
Well, the legislation is drafted, the proposed legislation, yes, that would be the case. If
Okay.
you wanted to utilize the exemption, at the time you go to
Yeah, that's
building
what I thought.
permit, you would need to record a conservation easement on the property.
Should be controlled by Pickens County.
As drafted, it says that the holder of the conservation easement would be Pickens County. It would,
Okay, I have more on that, but Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, right now, though, the way it's written, a covenant is required to
Right.
keep it from further subdivision.
Exactly.
The issue, I believe that, I'm going to speak for the board, so please correct me, was that the covenant doesn't require them to actually maintain the land as a conservation easement would. So that was a concern, I think, of the boards is, what is the community benefit back from allowing these GMQS exemptions for 500 acre parcels. And the board's discussion, as I remember it, was the conservation easement would secure more for the community benefit, that the land was conserved and maintained under conservation, rather than just a covenant saying you wouldn't further subdivide.
Well,
Is
that was my
am I
next
close?
question. Why a conservation easement versus the covenant?
that-
That was my question. Next
Well, I
question.
think Commissioner Clapper articulated it pretty well. There was
Yeah.
there was a second prong to that discussion about putting a conservation easement on the property, which is where I was headed to momentarily, which is on a parcel of this size, citing the infrastructure and improvements on that property has the potential to have a pretty large impact on the environment and the landscape. And part of the thinking behind recording a conservation easement on the property was that, one, it would be reviewed by the Open Space and Trails Board, which would provide an affirmative recommendation or a negative recommendation to this board on whether to allocate OST funds to agree to manage the property essentially in perpetuity. And two was to help define locations on the property that are appropriate for development. And that was the second prong and the second thrust of adding a conservation easement on top of the layers already in the land use code regarding development and constrained sites.
That furthered my
Yeah.
point of conservation.
Correct.
And so in light of Molly's letter, what about, and is there any possibility of another organization acquiring that conservation easement and the people still being able to get GMQS exemption?
The legislation that is in front of you is yours to draft as you see fit. To the extent you wanted to provide a GMQS exemption to an organization, or I'm sorry, to an applicant, and then have the ability to, as the BOCC, designate who or what organization would be the holder of that conservation easement, that could be an amendment to the proposed code language.
Why would we want to do that?
It's a question for you all to consider. A lot of the reason that I drafted it the way I did, I suppose, is oftentimes organizations, when they obtain organizations that are not Pickens County, non-governmental holders of conservation easements, oftentimes require things like stewardship funding and ongoing costs associated with doing that. I suppose if the applicant was amenable to those additional costs, then it really wouldn't be that big of a deal. But changing the language itself is easy enough.
Steve?
So I think I would like to have it, the possibility be there that another organization could be at least a co-holder of the conservation easement. In Molly Fail's case, given her position with the Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust, the landowner might want to, maybe they're a member of Colorado Cattlemen's Association and they want to do their conservation easement through CCALT. But this gives them a mechanism, and I think that Pickens County probably would want to be a co-holder of that just because of the nexus with the exemption on the GMQS thing. I think that would be a valid reason for us to still participate in it for the life of, for eternity on the conservation easement.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to I want to have some involvement because I want to make sure that what we hold dear to our hearts here in Pickens County is part of the conservation easement and that it's maintained that way. And the other thing is there's a fear of Pickens County government versus another non-governmental agency. A lot of people don't trust the government, and we have issues, and we know that there's people out there, and that's how people think, and we all kind of have feelings from one way or another about governments these days. But yeah, I wouldn't have a problem amending the language to co-hold or ownership of the conservation easement. Like I think we did at North Star, right? We have a co-owner.
Well,
It-
Is that question addressed to me?
What can I ask?
You
Dan?
may answer it, but please come up to the
Thanks.
table. Thank you.
Thank you.
At North Star, we own the land and AVLT holds a conservation easement, but we regularly have co-held conservation easements. We do it all the time, so.
Thank you.
Like mine.
If that's a level of comfort for the applicant, I don't have a problem with that.
It's my understanding that a conservation easement with Pitkin County is pretty ironclad. And no offense to Suzanne or any other of the organizations, but I think that they are fairly impenetrable. And I, something like the Cattlemen's Association, they may have really different ways of viewing what conserved land looks like if it's got cattle on it. And I mean, yes, you have to lay down fencing and stuff, but still it could not conform with our expectations. So I, at the least, would want to have stewardship, but I am wondering if we're a little precipitous in responding to your proposal, as you've written the legislation, in response to Molly's letter, and if perhaps wouldn't be a good idea to continue it until another time where we can actually think this through a little bit more. This is pretty new, this concept that Molly's introduced, and
Well, that she came in yesterday afternoon and you just read it an hour
exactly,
ago.
I read it this morning. I
Yeah.
read it.
I don't know what would change. I mean, Molly's points, I think we've addressed most of them already today in further explanation. But I don't want to continue. We have a second reading.
Yeah,
So we
so
could
we
have
could do
time
that. We
between
could
now
pass
and
it
then. I'd
along.
rather move it forward, and then if anything comes up with further investigation of the points that, I think it's interesting that Molly brought up on behalf of the Cattlemen's Association, even though I think there's some ownership under the Fales family that might be impacted by this. I think that's interesting. But, yeah, I wouldn't have a problem moving it forward, amending the language to do co-ownership
I think that's a good
as
idea.
an option. And I think people need to know, this isn't saying you can't do this. This is saying this is how you can, and that there's other avenues in which you can proceed with development of properties this large.
So, but there is compensation involved with this conservation easement.
No, there would not be a
Isn't.
cash
Okay.
payment associated
Yeah,
with that.
so,
But to your point, I think that changing this particular provision to be a special review application to the BOCC, the applicant presumably, if they wanted to have another entity as a co-holder of the easement, would present that in the application. I don't think amending the language to add the possibility, not the requirement, that there's a co-holder agreement or something like that, gives this board the flexibility in the future to consider that on a case-by-case basis, to Francie's point, which is, if does not appear to be an alignment in the conservation values between the two organizations, then that's something this board consider at the time that the application's in front of the board. And if you don't want to do it on that basis because of who the co-holder is, then you don't have to approve it.
This gives them,
is the paragraph in here, I forget where it is, I think it's 63080 maybe. And when it talks about CDUs, is that square footage separate from the square footage, or is it part of it? From the total square footage?
Usually it would be calculated as the total floor area for the property.
Okay. So that was one question. And then there were, in 63090, there were a couple of exemptions that I needed some explanation for to fully understand. Let me see if I can find them. Sorry. In the meantime, in 63070, there's a little typo, I think. It says something and obtain, but I think you're supposed to say and obtain.
Thank you.
It's on page 36 of the packet.
or page
Under
11
the
of the.
BOCC approval, item number 1 there. I noticed that too.
I see it. Thank you for catching that.
Not finding them right now. I thought that, I didn't
Thing
realize they
under
were so
90.
extensive. I'm on the right section, I'm just. Here it is. You know, I'll bring those questions forward when it comes back again. Or I'll let you know about them if I should have marked what line they're at. Okay, any other questions? Oh, yes, Greg.
Yeah, hi, I just wanted to chime in. I certainly have seen a lot of joint holders of conservation easements that I thought were quite beneficial. And it doesn't sound like this prohibits that, as Rye, if I understand Rye correctly. And so I think we should, on first reading, move this forward. And I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'm gonna second that motion, but I would like to move it forward, amending the language.
You're in a public hearing, sorry.
No, we have a public hearing on the 6th.
Oh, it's not a public.
December
December
6th.
15th.
Yeah, but are we gonna amend that, are we gonna amend it to include the co-owners, the co-holdership?
Does it need an amendment to?
Patty, it sounded to me like that wasn't necessary because it's still possible. Is that correct, Rye?
There was some miscommunication there, Greg. So the language as drafted would require Pickens County to be the holder of the conservation easement. I don't think that it would certainly not be very difficult to amend the language to add the ability to have an additional holder or a co-holder of the conservation easement that is the subject of the application.
Do we need to add?
Okay, then I would withdraw that motion and just make a motion that we approve it as amended to include other holders on the conservation easement, if that's what the board was agreeing to or talking about.
My question would be then, is there anything we need to add upon approval by Pickens County? So if we don't approve of the co-holdership of the conservation easement? You can figure out the language to.
I understand the intent. The board wants the flexibility to approve a co-holder if it's desirable and the conservation values of that organization align with the values of our program.
Yeah.
So that's.
Yes, that's what I intended with my motion. Thank you.
And I'll second the motion and set for a second reading public hearing on December the 6th.
There are members of the public right now who wish to comment on this. We will have a public hearing. Are you guys willing to hear what they have
Well,
to
I
say?
don't think he's gonna be able to hold his comment till the 6th, so I'm.
I would like to hear the
Okay, great.
comments, because it could be, I mean, I'm sure
gonna be
it's
here
gonna be
till 10 tonight
pertinent to
anyway,
this,
so
and
what's
it
another
might
couple
help
hours?
us get the best
Okay,
thing passed.
so Glenn, you want to come up?
Red light's
Okay.
on.
Is that on? Yeah. Thank you. My name's
We-
Glenn Horn.
Okay, great, go ahead.
Gideon Kaufman and I represent the owners of Two Shoes Ranch, located at the base of Mount Sopris, near the intersection of Prince Creek and Sopris Creek Roads. Gideon's going to make some comments following mine. The Two Shoes Ranch and Wildcat are the only properties in Pickens County which have benefited from the 500-acre GMQS exemption. As you know, Wildcat has been annexed into the town of Snowmass Village. It's important for you to be aware of the current Two Shoes Ranch operations, the development which has taken place on the ranch, and the owner's future plans. We're disappointed we were not notified of your prior meeting and the two P&Z meetings, because we feel that the P&Z and this board would have benefited from our comments regarding Two Shoes Ranch.
Well, we will now.
Yeah. We concur with your concerns regarding the development of the monastery and Snowmass Falls Ranch. The 500-acre growth management exemption was a county enticement for a property to not subdivide large parcels into multiple 30 and 35-acre tracts that were permitted under the R30 zoning. Each 500-acre parcel on the Two Shoes Ranch could have been developed under R30 zoning to contain 16 lots. If developed with 5,750 square foot houses, there could have been 92,000 square feet of residential floor area on each of the 500-acre parcels. The BOCC granted a 20-year vested property right to the owner. I think Patty's the only member of the board that remembers that process. The development agreement stated, in exchange for the owner pursuing an extremely low density of development pattern on the subject site, the owner shall be entitled, without change, to develop improvements on the subject site comprised of up to 15,000 square feet of residential area. The Two Shoes Ranch is the largest operating ranch in Pitkin County. Ian Carney's the ranch manager. Ian has a degree in wildlife biology and has been on the ranch for about 50 years. The owner runs 700 head of cattle on the ranch. There are more than 20 horses stabled on the ranch. Tract 1 is improved with a small free market unit occupied by a ranch employee and a caretaker dwelling unit. Tract 2 is improved with a small free market cabin. Tract 3 is improved with a free market house and a CDU, which are both occupied by seasonal ranch employees. Tract 4 is vacant. Tract 5 is improved with the historic Bain homestead cabins, the main ranch house, multiple agricultural buildings, and a 200,000-gallon buried water storage tank for fire protection. The ranch improvements were made 20 years ago when the owner's children were all under 10 years old. The entire family gathers and resides in the main ranch house. The kids are now grown up and starting to have their own families. The family is planning to add 2 bedrooms to the ranch house to accommodate the entire growing family. In the future, children plan on developing houses for their growing families on the separate ranch parcels. It's important to the family for Pitkin County to maintain the development rights on the 5 tracts to develop houses in the future. When the current land use code was adopted in 2006, it included a specific provision to exempt pre-2006 500-acre GMQS exemption parcels from code amendments which might limit site development. This provision is proposed to be removed from the code at this time. So with those introductory comments, I think Gideon will follow up with some more details about the specific legislation.
Is the original place, the historic place you're talking about, that's lower down near the lake, not up above?
No, the historic place is on the main ranch parcel. They're the Bain homestead. There are 4 cabins there. 2 of them have been prevented from further deterioration, and 2 of them have been completely rebuilt.
And those are accessible from Highway 133?
No, nothing's accessible from 133. Everything's accessible from Lost Basin Drive at the intersection of Dinka Lake and Prince Creek and West Sopers Creek roads.
Backside.
Well, what about the road that goes up from 133 to the lake and the houses on the lake? And
That's a different, that's part of the ranch, but that's the old Jelnik.
yeah, it is the old Jelinek property. That's not included in what you're talking about.
No, that's not. We're only
Okay,
talking
thank
about
you.
the upper ranch, the
that's all
Bain
I got.
tracks.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
Jelnik's house is gone.
Yeah.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thanks very much for allowing us to talk, because I know it's first reading, but as Glenn said, I think it'd be helpful for you guys to get the benefit of some history and understanding what this ordinance has been able to accomplish. And Patty, you actually signed the development agreement. So as Glenn explained, our concern is about how the new code would be applied to a existing multiple 500-acre tract that has a 21-year history and has been relied upon. Also, I have some specific questions or concerns with the requirements on the conservation easement that have been addressed to a little bit, but I'd like to reiterate and give you the benefit. I agree with everybody who's talked previously about taking away the requirement that it has to be Pitkin County that holds the conservation easement. There has been a long history, and I think just before, when you had the thing when Suzanne was up here with Dale, talking about the working relationship with Aspen Valley Land Trust and Pitkin County. And I think it's important for independent conservation groups to be able to hold conservation easements. You know, the one thing that you have to keep in mind is the Board of County Commissioners in Pitkin County, as Patty pointed out, it's a political entity. And while the politics and the philosophy in Pitkin County currently may align with what you want. One thing we have seen over time is they can change. And you could have a different Board of County Commissioners sitting up here, and they could have a different philosophy, and the way the conservation easement is enforced could be different. So I think it really is beneficial to have an independent group such as Aspen Valley Land Trust, or even the Cattlemen's Association, or there are many others, being able to hold, because that gives a property owner a good feeling to know that someone that they have confidence in can hold a conservation easement. The other thing is, where I aptly pointed out, that the desire to have the county involved and open space involved is because there could be expenditure of open space funds. However, in a case like this, there will be no expenditure of open space funds because there is
You
no.
mean two shoes?
Yeah, in anybody who takes the 500 acres,
Okay.
because there's no, you're required to do it without consideration. And if Aspen Valley Land Trust, for example, were to hold the conservation easement, there would be no expenditure at all, even for monitoring, because you would work through Aspen Valley Land Trust, so there'd be no expenditure of county funds. So I think it's important to have independent conservation groups that you have a good relationship with, and as Ry pointed out as well, because it's going to go through the Board of County Commissioners, you will have the opportunity. So if it's some conservation group that you've never heard of or doesn't share your values, you don't have to do it. But if it's a conservation group that you do respect, then you can have that, and there'll be no expenditure of county funds, and you can have the reliance. The other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is changing the when you change the current requirement of deed restricting the whole property to putting a conservation easement on the property. From our experience, it can also have some unintended detrimental consequences, and let me explain that to you. In our particular case, we have 5 contiguous 500-acre parcels, and as Glenn pointed out, we have it's an operating ranch. One of the things over time, when the kids were first, when they bought the ranch and the kids were 8, 7, 6, and 3, you have certain expectations and certain needs. As things change, those needs change. One of the things we've learned about the ranch over 22 years is there are changes in wildlife patterns, in global warming, in the way you want to operate the ranch. Once you put a conservation easement on the property, as opposed to having a deed restriction, some of the flexibility gets taken away over time if you decide you want to cluster or move some of the building envelopes because it makes more sense. Now you have a conservation easement on, which precludes development in those particular areas. And given the fact that we have learned over the 21 years that they've owned the property and the 40 years that the Turnbulls own the property, so there's 60 years of history, there are changes, and there will continue to be changes. So to have flexibility to be able to move development to different places that are currently make sense now helps. So I think that, at least in our particular case, keeping the obligation to have a deed restriction on the property and maybe putting some kind of obligations to maintain the property makes sense, because you don't want to take away the changes. Elk migration corridors change, stream setbacks change, all those things. So I think it's important to have the flexibility for the ranch over time to adjust to the changes that become apparent. Another concern of the requirement to put a conservation easement on the property is that the example of the conservation easement is in perpetuity, and yet vested rights are not. And so one of the examples that we're seeing in front of you today is, as Glenn pointed out, when they originally put the 500 acres in through this particular thing, you could have had 30 lots developed. You could have had 92,000 square feet developed on the property, and the exchange, and as Glenn read you what the development agreement said, was, so those were major concessions that were made. Now we're seeing 9250 being proposed. There's nothing to change the fact that 5 years from now or 10 years from now, that can be reduced down to 5750 or a lower number, and yet the conservation easement is in perpetuity. And one of the things we've talked about in this board before is fairness. And it doesn't seem to me that it's fair to make a serious, concession on your property, to have a development agreement, that while it's 21 years old, still spelled out the expectations, and especially to people who have fulfilled all of the commitments that you expected from them, and even more in terms of what they've done on the property. Another concern is that, and you've already discussed it, and that is when you require a conservation easement, that takes away your ability to take some of the substantial tax benefits that you can be given if you do it voluntarily. So I think that ought to be taken into concern. And the last thing is the new code only permits caretaker units on the property. Now, that makes no sense on a working ranch. We already have put in some employee housing for the property. They'd like to add some more. And why limit your employees to 750 square feet when you have owners of ranches who would like to give their employees good housing? I mean, we've got people on there that have been there for 20 years who live in 2,000 square feet. So I think that's something that ought to be maintained. Why make your employees commute to the ranch if you have people who are willing to build housing on the ranch for the employees? So for many of the reasons outlined above, if you're going to adopt the new code section, it should not apply to the existing approvals that have over 20 years and that they've done everything that the county hoped for through the ranch exemption. The owner has relied on the mutual agreements made in the approval through extensive work that's taken place on the property, such as roads, utilities, housing construction, as well as the 200,000-gallon tank made for fire protection and future development. Why should one party to an agreement meet all of its obligations while the other party is not bound by theirs, as was spelled out in the development agreement? Our fairness concerns can be addressed by, as Glenn pointed out, by keeping the intent of Section 60-30-70-A3, previous approvals, in the existing code, and not eliminating it, as this maintains the historic recognition of the existing approvals as spelled out in our development agreement. We think you should also eliminate the limitation to only allow CDUs and permit affordable housing on working ranches. And if you do require conservation easements on new approvals, you should maintain the historic flexibility that a property owner has an ability to choose a reputable land trust to work on their property.
Will you send me your comments, please?
What?
Would you send me your comments, please?
I would be happy to, yes.
Yeah, that would be great.
Thank you.
Sure,
Send it
happy
to all of us.
I'd be happy to. I'm happy to answer any, I know it's first reading, I'm happy, but I just thought it would be helpful as we have this discussion for you to hear the actual experience of the only 500-acre parcels in the county and how it's actually worked and the benefits that it has created. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, so this will apply to existing approvals? It'll-
To the extent that, I guess we're talking about the Bain Tracks or Two Shoes Ranch, to the extent that they have existing vested rights on the property, then those vested rights would be maintained. Nothing in this legislation would change the vested rights that are on the property now.
You didn't say no. I
Well,
just wanted to let you know. Well, my
if they're
concern,
not vested anymore, then that would be
yeah,
a
but,
difference. But
so
if
vesting.
you're not vested, you're not vested.
Right, and vesting is vesting. And so, but, okay, that being said, the other thing is, if you left it as is and didn't require a conservation easement, but you just allowed it to be a covenants you don't get any tax benefit from, do you?
I suppose their point is that you could record the covenant against the property potentially and then try and seek some sort of additional tax benefit through the recordation of a conservation easement as well. I'm not sure how that would work. I'm not a tax attorney.
Well, without a conservation easement, just the way it's written now, it's a covenant
Correct.
for future subdivision. You don't get any tax benefit from that, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Dale's looking at me like I'm crazy, but
happy to give you my answer.
Come on up here.
thank you, Francie.
It would all come down to the analysis and the appraisal of the conservation easement. The appraiser is required to look at the existing conditions on a property to establish the value before a conservation
Right,
easement is
right.
granted. So the appraiser in that circumstance would be required to acknowledge that there had been this covenant and take that into account in looking at whatever further reduction in value might be caused by the conservation easement
But
itself.
I'm saying if you just had a covenant, you didn't have a conservation, the way it stands now, you have a covenant attached to the property. There's no tax benefit with a covenant as there is with a conservation easement.
And I think the point that Gideon was making is that when the instrument that is recorded, covenant, conservation easement, or whatever type of restriction on the property is made, if it's a required recordation, if it's a required grant, then
There's a difference in
there's no
appraisal.
Then what?
ability to look at a tax.
If it's a required,
Yeah,
there's a difference in the
There's
evaluation.
no ability to look at a tax consequence, because you have not made a donation, or
I
you
see.
have not made a sale
that's
below
what Molly
market.
was talking, addressing.
Right, and the other question I have is, you can always amend a conservation easement, correct? It's a process in which you have to go through. So if times changed and the elk migrated in a different pattern, and you had a site-specific location of development per your prior approval, and the world changed, you could come back and amend the conservation,
The answer is yes, you can, although the circumstances we try to be very careful about. But the other way we've addressed that situation, that concern in drafting conservation easements, is to provide in the easement, if you want to, there can be a house landed somewhere to be determined in some location. And we've got easements that still have indeterminate building envelopes because they were reserved that way.
So, in terms of two shoes, for instance, if we were to pass this, what impact would it have directly on two shoes that they could not then have? But what exactly would that look like?
I don't know that. Frankly, I don't know. They have. I don't know what their plans are for the ranch. I don't know specifically what's on the ground. I haven't seen a land use application. I couldn't tell you exactly what impact this would have on that specific property or those specific properties.
Okay.
And I'm sure Glenn and Gideon can do that because they represent the property owner. And they're here to convince you that to make some changes. So.
Okay, Gideon, come on up.
Thank you. So I think one of the things here that is important to point out is that when you have expectations that you have rights to do something, you're not forced.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
Would you just address exactly
sure,
what,
exactly.
how it would impact two
I'll
shoes?
tell exactly how it
Thank
would
you.
impact.
Appreciate
There's an
that.
existing house on the property, where it's, as Glenn pointed out, the main house. When they restored the 4 historic cabins, that counts in FAR. When they put a basement in, because there was no FAR concern, that counts in FAR. When they put a garage in, that counts in FAR. So their goal right now is to add 2 bedrooms and increase the kitchen and mudroom to accommodate the growing family. So under this, they would not be able to because they would be over the 9250 because you include all the other development that's taken place on the property.
If the 9250 was passed and was to apply
Right. Then
to
they would
this,
be precluded.
rather than the
Right,
15,000 square.
and
Yeah,
so
yeah, I get
then they'd be put in a position, well, then maybe we got to build a house over here, or a house over here. So one of the things that, and I know you have concerns about other people.
Yes, okay. This is kind of what you were talking about before,
Yeah.
last week.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Gideon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Happy to give you a tour. so you can-
We've already done that, Gideon, 20 years ago.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. And,
And it's going to come back for a second reading.
right, and that's to move it along to the second reading.
So my
Is there any
thought-
further discussion?
My
Yeah.
thought is on this part about the previous approvals, I need to think about that, and maybe we can change it or change the wording of the existing instead of just redlining it all out. Maybe there are changes we could make. It's gonna take me some time, and maybe Rye can think about that in the meantime. And at the second reading, we could make those kind of changes. But to me, I wanna pass it on first reading and then be thinking about
With the
No.
amendment that would allow for another organization to be involved in the conservation
That
easement.
too.
I'm in favor, yeah, I'm in favor
With
of
that
that
amendment.
change for sure.
Is that the only thing in the amendment? Remind me.
Yes, that was the only
That was the
amendment we
only
made at this
amendment.
time.
John,
Greg looks
did you-
like he may have something as well.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate what Steve said and agree. I'd be willing to pass this on the First Amendment, but I was listening to Glenn and I was listening to Gideon, and they brought up some interesting points. And what I'm hoping to see in the meantime will be some advisement from our attorney on those points. And I would welcome any necessary changes to hear its second reading. Thank you.
I have a procedural question. If we make significant changes, does it have to go back to P and Z? Just a thought.
I'd have to check the code again. I know that if it was a zoning action and you were making significant changes, it certainly would have to go back to P and Z.
Just wondering.
I'll have to look at the land use code and see if that requirement is
We've
the
had a
same
lot of
for land use
information
code text amendment.
presented to us kind of now, this point in time. So
Today.
it is gonna take, and thank you for continuing it to the 6th, not the 15th. 15th is too short a time frame, and we have a interesting agenda that day, so I appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you guys showing up because I know you didn't have an opportunity to get input previously. So thank you for your input, and I'll look forward to getting your notes. Greg, is that a old hand?
Yeah, it was the old hand, but I want to make sure I get the notes also. I think the entire board will get them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Thank you for indulging us.
Okay, so let's vote. All those in
Good idea.
favor of the motion with the amendment as stated, please say aye.
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 Thank you, gentlemen.
Aye.
Aye.
Nice to see you again. Gideon, thanks for your note. I appreciate it.
Me too. I'd like to take a break. Let's be back at 1:45. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, November 1st. We are moving on to
Wait,
our-
let's get, I can't hear anything.
We are in session, everybody. Hello back there.
Glad we're in session. We just started the meeting.
We are moving on to item number 5. It's an individual consideration item. This is a public hearing. This is a one read. Resolution endorsing the Colorado River Valley Field Office and Grand Junction Field Office supplemental environmental impact study comments. Laura.
All right, I'm gonna stop sharing this so you all
Hi,
can.
Laura. We haven't
so
seen you for a
Greg
while.
can see my face as I tell him these next steps in the Thompson Divide process. As all of you on this board, and I think probably the public at this point is very well aware, this board has had a long-standing commitment to taking substantial action to try and prevent leasing for oil and gas in the Thompson Divide area. And we've taken a multi-prong approach on this. That's the nice way to say it. There are multiple processes happening, some overlapping, some on different timescales, some with different agencies, all of which have the potential to affect whether or not oil and gas leasing can occur in the Thompson Divide and other areas of Pitkin County. In 2014 and 2015, the BLM issued a environmental impact statement for their resource management plan that included areas of Pitkin County, including the Thompson Divide area. In 2016, Wilderness Workshop and other entities initiated litigation concerning that environmental impact statement, whether or not there was an appropriate range of alternatives, if enough information was considered, standard sort of challenges to NEPA processes. With that Wilderness Workshop litigation, as well as Center for Biological Diversity litigation and a settlement agreement that came out of it, the BLM is undertaking what's called a supplemental EIS. Now, I know I have thrown 800 different acronyms at you in the last 2 minutes. That means that we are in federal government, like environmental process land. That's just how it works. But to clarify, an environmental impact statement basically goes through and looks at what the environmental impact of a particular action by the federal government is. A supplemental EIS, that SEIS that I've referred to, is additions to an existing environmental impact statement. And this is for their resource management planning in the area that includes Pitkin. So, with all those acronyms out of the way, what has happened is that BLM has come through with 2 new alternatives that impact Pitkin County as far as oil and gas leasing in the Thompson Divide and other areas of Pitkin County. These are a substantial step forward to the goals that you have been trying to achieve over multiple decades, and they're very exciting. So I want to bring up those maps. There's 2 alternatives that we're going to talk about today, Alternative E and Alternative F. I'm going to bring up the map for Alternative E first. And this is the alternative that the state BLM director has chosen at this point to pursue with a full-blown EIS process. Okay, as you can hopefully see where Glenwood Springs is on that map, and you see my cursor, this is the Pitkin County line right here that my cursor is going across. The BLM isn't as concerned about county borders as we are, so it's not depicted on the map. But you can see this corner down here that's in green on Alternative E is green because those are areas where oil and gas leasing would be allowed within Pitkin County on federal lands. So Alternative E includes some leasing within the Thompson Divide area within Pitkin County. I can tell you on the previous versions of the alternatives, all of this red here that it was in Pitkin County was also available for leasing. So that's what I mean by a substantial step forward with Alternative E. Alternative F represents an even greater step forward with potential for no oil and gas leasing within the Pitkin County boundaries. So I'm going to bring up Alternative F right here. And as you can hopefully see, that same area that was previously green on the last screen is not. It's completely red. Alternative F closes all of the lands within Pitkin County to oil and gas leasing. That would represent what this board has worked for a very long time. So I have drafted our position statement on the supplemental EIS to indicate that Pitkin County is supportive of Alternative F. We appreciate Alternative E because it does take a substantial step towards what you guys are trying to accomplish, but Alternative F accomplishes it. That said, I think we recognize the reality that Alternative E has been selected as the preferred alternative by the state director. We've been in discussions as a cooperating agency with BLM on the potential to create yet another alternative. Alternative G is what they're calling it. And we have a cooperating agency meeting with BLM next Wednesday on this particular issue. So what I'm suggesting is that in the letter that's included in here, we recognize to the BLM that Alternative E is a substantial step in the right direction. Alternative F, we're totally supportive of. If the BLM director does not choose Alternative F and moves forward with Alternative E, yet another alternative, Alternative G, should be considered. And what that would do is basically effectuate Alternative F within Pitkin County. It would be different than Alternative F outside of Pitkin County, but within Pitkin County's borders, there would be no oil and gas leasing. So that's what this letter is designed to try and move forward. I'm happy to take any questions from you guys, but I wanted to bring up the maps first and foremost to show you the area that we're really talking about. I'm happy to leave the maps up, take them down, whatever your preference is, as well as address any questions.
Steve.
So that little corner, the green corner on Alternative E, is an area of high gas potential.
Correct.
What's directly across the line from there is the first question.
Yeah, there is some high gas potential. It's a totally different process with a totally different field office. So it's just not
It's a
at issue.
different BLM field office that
Yep.
is
Over the gray
dealing with
line?
that.
Exactly, over the gray line.
Is there any possibility that they could do directional drilling in the other BLM area under Pitkin County land without actually doing anything on the surface?
Potentially, yes. To reach the area that is in Alternative E, the distance is probably too great. So let me bring that map back up.
And my last question was, where is that green area on a topo map? What drainage, where is that actually located?
Yeah, it's in that Thompson Divide area.
And what's the access to that?
It's difficult. I can tell you, let me pull this back up. If you look at what I included in your packet, there's an Exhibit A to your letter. That Exhibit A includes basically the areas that were additional, this is going to be so technical, additional GIS processing, but it includes the boundaries of Pitkin County. And so you can start to see that it's way down below the middle Thompson Creek area, far below what still could be accessed potentially through Pitkin County, even if Alternative F were chosen, is areas that would be accessed via Jerome Park in Garfield County. That's the hard one. And I see Greg has a question as well.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. Thanks for showing this. I like looking at the maps. Alternative G sounds interesting. My question is, I know we've been asked by members of the Mountain Pact, other communities who are, trying to advocate for Alternative F. Are we mucking things up if we go in and advocate for F or G does it mess up the possible ability of having a united front from the mountain packed communities? And I think we've got to respond by today if we haven't already.
We have
to
done.
sign on to
We've
advocating for F.
We've responded, we're on it. I see you're on it individually, we're all on it now.
And my recommendation was to support the Mountain Pact letter advocating for Alternative F. You guys, I think, are supportive of Alternative F.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know you have the potential as a cooperating agency, if Alternative F is not chosen, to create a pathway in a new alternative that would accomplish what you have tried to do in the Thompson Divide area for an extended period of time.
So
Go
my
ahead.
question would be then, do we need to include that in our own letter of support?
And we have done that.
Okay, so right now, do we need to sign on to the letter that we've all received, or can we just agree to sign on
For
as?
the pact,
Yeah.
we're on it. We've already
We've
agreed
already
to
done,
all be
okay.
on it.
In
But
my
I just
mind,
got another one reminding me.
in my mind, it's a
okay.
yes
Okay.
and.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss something here in the midst of everything else.
It happened today.
I would like to move forward with F with the option, with the door open for G if need be. That kind of all rhymed, with G if need be.
What's
Is
before
that a
us,
motion? I'll second it.
I think what we're actually approving is the letter.
Yes.
There. So, is that what you mean?
That's what I mean.
But that's what the
Because-
letter says.
Okay.
And that's what I'm
All
approving.
right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor
Aye.
of
Oh,
approving
it's a public
Laura's,
hearing.
oh yeah, very well-written letter. Thank
It
you
is
for
a
that.
public hearing, you're right. So when-
Okay, yeah, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the public who would like to address the letter to the BLM approving option alternative F? Is there anybody online? All right, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Aye.
Thanks, Laura.
Aye.
All right, that's 4-0. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Very exciting. All right, we're moving into land use items. And these are public hearings, and the first one is the Elam Wagner gravel permit annual review. Tammy's gonna talk to us about that.
I thought I recognized a face out there in the audience behind you.
Let's see. All right. So, this is the annual review for Elam Gravel Pit. We have Jim Duty here today representing the pit. He's been here multiple years now, so you guys should all recognize his face. Let's see here. Do I need to share my screen?
Hi, Jim, nice to see you.
Good seeing you, Patty. Jim Duty, Kilgore Companies, DBA, Elam Construction. I'm out of Grand Junction.
Can I get help sharing the screen? I'm not sure where it went. Yeah.
That's okay. Just click down on
Oh, got it.
and you can share your screen, and I'm assuming it's this presentation. Yeah, there you
Yep.
go. And we'll just exit out of that to make it a little clearer.
How's Sam?
Okay.
Crazy?
All right. So I'm sure you guys are all familiar with where the pit is located.
Yes, your photos were great. That's the most photos I've ever seen from. It's awesome.
Trying to keep the presentation interesting. So, right, we're right next to the intersection of Upper River Road and Woody Creek Road. So a little bit of background, this pit has been in operation since around the 1950s. It's received permits ever since. In 2009, the BOCC granted a 16-acre expansion and a 20-year permit extension. So it's with that resolution that we get a lot of the conditions that we review their annual review against. They've done various amendments through the years. As they did last year, they had a couple, or in 2022, they had a couple amendments to having to do with how many truckloads they had going in and out, as well as the nighttime operations. One other permit that they do hold right now is the 5-year permit for a snow dump. So the process for this annual review is, it gives a chance for the board to review, like I said, that BOCC Resolution 52, 2009 to make sure they're in compliance with that. Also to make sure that they're in compliance with last year's annual review. And then in this year, we also had those minor amendments that we'll take a look at. So this application was referred to the agencies on the screen, and we did get comments from Environmental Health, which were included in your packet. So 2022 was relatively a normal operating year with those exceptions that I said for those additional operations. And those are listed on the screen, are some of those typical activities that they do at the pit.
I can barely hear you, Tammy. It's not
No,
that.
you just have to speak
You just
up.
have to
Okay.
project in the room.
Okay.
She's just so soft.
Pretty sure nobody else in the room in the back can hear you.
Okay. And like I mentioned before, the minor amendments included an extension of nighttime operations and truckloads. So with this 2022 annual review, there are really specific conditions in each of those resolutions that staff reviews for compliance, and those have to do with soil, water, noise, and dust, where they house the employees on site and all of that good stuff. And in general, staff found that they were in compliance with all those conditions. There were a couple items that I'm going to discuss that staff was concerned with. So the first one being there were 2 minor anomalies with the sound monitoring. Those happened in June. And the person taking those sound tests in June noted on that test that there was construction activity in close proximity to the pit. And they weren't that much higher than that 55 decibel limit. So staff does consider those to be minor anomalies. Other times we see sometimes the airport traffic, some of the noise anomalies coming from the airport. The second concern to note was some of the noxious weeds. So within Resolution 50, 2022, there is the condition that they continue a noxious weed mitigation plan. And this past fall, staff did note that the weeds were a little bit worse than in previous years, and the applicant did confirm that they hadn't done any treatment that year. So staff recommends that they resume those treatments in the 2024 season. The other concern was with soil testing. So every year they do random tests on the soil that is brought into the pit, and 2 of those tests, or 2 of the results, came back with really high lead counts. And so the Environmental Health Department reviewed those and did have concerns, but it was also stated that in all the years that we have been doing these tests, that these could be considered anomalies, and it's actually surprising that we haven't seen higher results before, given all the Superfund sites and some of the soils in Pitkin County. So their response was, we should definitely continue to monitor this and take action if we do continue to see higher levels. The last concern that staff had was with the trees. So there is a 2016 landscaping plan that they were required to do, and every year we go out there and evaluate the trees, and it seems like every year we have some that are failing. So in 2022, Aspen Tree Service went out there and assessed the trees and found that 18 of them are dead, and they replaced them. And then this fall, when staff did their site visit, we found that quite a few of those were dying already. So within this resolution, the drafted resolution, we have conditioned a little bit more specific requirements in terms of having a arborist assess the, what's the best species for these sites, replant them, and then come up with a really specific watering, fertilizing, mulching plan for the applicant to follow so that we can get these trees to live.
I have a question about the Aspen Tree Service.
Yeah.
I guess it's an invoice or a bid. I looked it over pretty carefully, and I was pretty shocked to see that 2 service berries replacement was going to be $1,700. That just seemed way out there. Service berries are just little bushes. What's the deal with that? $1,700?
Well, I can't answer, but we just didn't get it. That was the quote that we got, and that's the one we took. That was in the fall of 2022?
Yeah.
And then they planted them in 2023.
I mean, I hope it's more than 2. I thought it said 2, but hopefully it's like 20. I mean, or 40 or something. Might be something for you to look at. I was pretty shocked by that.
The trees were actually doing a little bit better than I think what Tammy might have thought. But I know we're not in the tree business, but it's our responsibility to get those trees going. But on another note, that middle picture that you're looking at is a very narrow road with a vertical wall. And what I believe our aggregate manager is going to want to do in the spring is come with an amendment. And what we would like to do is take that vertical wall down and round it and then hydroseed it and just do away with that that scar on that hill there. Because it's just vertical, and every other day if you wanted to drive that road, you'd have to take a loader in there and move the big rocks. Mm-hmm. So I think we're going to come up with some sort of proposal. We'll have some AutoCAD for you, and see what you think about maybe doing something different than these trees. The trees down below, it's about 60 feet down where the pump house is. I mean, they're flourishing. It's a beautiful place. Mm-hmm. You see the elk and the deer down there all the time, and the creek runs right through it.
But that helps.
Yeah, a little bit of water never hurts.
But right? I think that's the direction that we would like to present to the board, and then the board can make a decision on.
Okay, well, if I were running Elam, I would look twice at that quote from Aspen Tree Service. Just saying. I've done some business with Aspen Tree Service myself. Be careful.
True.
Greg, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to say regarding the trees, I've got to say that the dead trees especially look like they'd be out of place even if they were alive. And I would certainly support Elam coming back with something that they think makes more sense there, because it doesn't look like a natural solution. Certainly the trees don't thrive because there's no moisture there for them. And so it just seems kind of futile, and I would certainly welcome a change in their strategy regarding natural landscaping or something that would help. So I certainly appreciate what they're trying to do there. What was the other thing I was going to say? The lead and the lead registering in the water. I'm going to guess it probably has something to do with solvents or fuels.
The soil.
And I just wanted to drop the hint to Elam that the Mack electric dump truck, 80,000 pound, 500 horsepower dump truck is a real thing. And it might be time to start thinking about electric vehicles to do some of this work, and that could certainly reduce some of the toxins they're finding in the water. Just a thought. Not sure if Jim's ready to talk about that or wants to, but I just wanted to bring it up. Thanks.
Can I just really quick correct? It was lead found in soil.
Soil, not
in areas
water.
that where soil is being deposited, it's being brought into the site. is my understanding.
It was Greg, it was a soil test, not the water.
In an area where soil's
okay.
being brought into the site.
Yeah, well, I think the point still stands is like, if lead's appearing there, I'm gonna guess unless it's coming from smuggler, which maybe that's how it's getting there.
Let me correct that too really quick. That mine tailings have been used throughout the city of Aspen for road base, for fill under homes. It's all over the place. It is not just soils coming from smuggler. Anytime they excavate for a basement in West End or anywhere within city, anywhere in the confines of the city or in thereabouts, the soils are questionable. We all know that mine tailings are just kind of indigenous species here, and so.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. You're right. I know the Merle property, the excavation works, all that area still, has lead levels in the soil. We don't really talk about that, but we always blame it on you.
I know, I
So
get,
thanks.
and I graciously take the blame. It's only been 30 years and I'll keep moving on it. Thanks,
But
Greg.
hopefully they'll take your point that electrification where and when, if possible, would be great.
Yeah, and that's a few levels higher than me. But
I imagine
but
the
I
piece of
can-
equipment is a long way off.
I'm
being-
sure
Other than
that
the tree estimate, let me
I'm
tell
sure
you.
that there's a few people watching this as we speak. This is a very,
Yeah, the
very nice
truck-
partnership that we have with you. So we want to
The
continue
truck's
it.
here called the Mack Granite truck. That's the truck that they're trying to promote, and I'm sure the other companies have them also. It's like, hey, well, these things, this is a real deal. They do work, and they might be appropriate. Thanks.
Okay, Tammy, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So I think minus those few items of concern, staff believes that the applicant was in compliance with all their permits and recommends that the board approve the resolution granting the annual review for Elam.
I appreciate your rethinking that access up there. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I do have a question.
Okay.
On the numbers from the 2022 paving projects, on a couple of them, there was like only one truck count on the 19th of September. That's pretty interesting. I mean, did you just have one truck running that day? Because all the other ones are pretty, especially the 50s and the 42s.
Was this the night work?
Yeah, it was the one on, what's it, page 9 of 14?
Which night was it? Oh,
The 19th? That poor lone guy out there running his truck.
Those numbers were given to me by Steve Korn from United. They were
Okay.
running this.
They were running the project.
They were doing their project on the roundabout.
Yeah.
We were supplying material.
I just thought that was interesting to read the numbers, because I think with the assistance of Elam and that amendment, we allowed them to help with the projects. It worked really well for the commuters and the people using Highway 82, and I want to thank you for that.
And I believe you administratively okayed Stoopman 2 nights.
We did for
At
the
some
City of
time.
Aspen project in downtown.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just one thing on the, at the end of this, the letter or the resolution, whatever it is, it has Francis Jacober, and my name on the board is Francie Jacober. And there's another one like that as well, so just a
Is
little
it
note.
not properly, Francis?
My name is Francis on my birth certificate, but not on this board.
No. Thank you for that clarification, Francie.
I don't know where I copied and pasted it from, but it came from somewhere.
What about your driver's license?
I'm not telling you.
It's okay, Francis, I'm Patricia, so.
All right, let's do this. Do we have a motion and a second?
Well, I believe it's.
Public hearing.
Public hearing?
Oh, golly. All right, is there anybody from the public who would like to comment on the annual review for Elam Wagner gravel? I thought not. Anybody online? All right, I'll close the public hearing.
I would love to make a motion to approve the Elam Wagner gravel pit permit annual review 2022. And I want to thank Tammy, because I thought this was really well presented and it was an easy read just to go through all the points that were outlined. Thank you.
I'll second.
Great. Do you have a question, Steve?
Just a comment. I don't know who's going to retire first, but I only have one more year of the annual review of Elam Gravel Pit. And, you know, Jim might retire before me, but we're having a race.
It's I'll probably beat you to the barn.
And it's been a good working relationship.
You
I
can still
appreciate
come
it.
back next year. We'll take you.
Thank you.
All
Yeah.
those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you,
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. All right,
John.
4-0, we passed that. Okay, the next item, item 7, is a resolution denying Jennifer O. Steislinger site plan and activity envelope review replacement of a non-conforming structure with significant changes, and Tammy is presenting that as well.
Yeah, come up, Cody.
Here.
They're teaming up on us, the Horn family.
All right.
Have to finish getting through the Elon Pit thing. It's there.
All right. So this is the Jennifer O. Steisinger activity envelope site plan review and replacement of a non-conforming structure application. And we've got Cody and Glenn representing Jennifer O. Steisinger. This parcel is located at 55 Smith Hill Road, which is, as you're going right down Smith Hill Road, it's the driveway on the right. The parcel is surrounded completely by county and city-owned properties. So the 4 properties to the north, west, and south are all owned by the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space. And then to the east, we have the Roaring Fork River running through the property, and just to the east of that is Jaffe Park, owned by the county. So the applicant accesses their parcel through the City of Aspen property to the north with an easement. The property contains 4.74 acres and is non-conforming in size in the AR10 zone district. So just quick background on this. In 1978, the property got a certificate of occupancy for a 1,394 square foot residence. Through the 80s and 90s, they obtained several permits for upgrades and utilities. Then in 1997, a lot line adjustment was done to accommodate that garage on the north side. That's why you get that funky little wing. In 1999, the residence was expanded to 4,380 square feet. Then in 2006, a building envelope and a front yard setback variance was approved. So on the screen, we have pictures of the existing house. In 2006, we should note that the land use code was amended and the river setback was changed from 20 feet to 100 feet, making this residence what we call a legal nonconforming residence within that river setback. Then in August 2022, a notice of violation was sent to the owner requesting that the holiday lights be removed, and this was done because pursuant to section 72140, illumination of the Roaring Fork River is prohibited. So the applicant did remove those lights and the violation is considered resolved. And then also to note, through this process, this review process, it was discovered that landscaping on the City of Aspen property between the Roaring Fork River and the driveway had been installed, and presumably that was from the prior owner. So the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space reviewed the application and made the request that if possible to have that vegetation restored to a native state. This application was referred to the agencies on the screen, and we did get comments from the zoning officer and, like I said, the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space. So what they're requesting is activity envelope and site plan review approval and replacement of a non-conforming structure with significant changes. and that is to demolish that existing residence and replace it with a new 5,742 square foot residence. The big change being that they are now requesting a basement in that stream setback where currently one does not exist now. So just real quick, here's their access. So they are proposing, right now the access is about 11 feet wide, and to the east side there is a wetland area, and to the west is steep slopes, so they're really limited on expanding that driveway up to what the fire department recommends, which is 16 feet, but where they can, they're going to do 14 feet. So that will be an improvement. They're also proposing a new OWTS and a new well. And again, because of the 100-foot river setback, they can't install, typically an OWTS can't be installed within the river setback, but because one is existing there, they can replace it, but it can't be expanded and it can't be located closer to the river. And so what that means specifically is that they can't increase the number of bedrooms in the residence. So right now they have 4, and they understand that it has to be 4 or less, and they're okay with that. Currently, some of the tanks are located just slightly outside of the envelope and within the wetland. So to approve the activity envelope, they do need to bring those in, which staff doesn't think is a problem.
Which tanks are those that are within that? Not the big, not the proposed 200,000, whatever that thing is, that giant thing.
It's
like an existing tank for what?
No, it's a new proposed.
Suppression tank.
So there's a fire suppression tank that's in the envelope, but what I was just referring to was, I think where my cursor is here, are some of the septic tanks that are just outside of the activity envelope.
Septic tanks you're talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, and a couple of that places where it was in the wetlands.
Okay.
So the applicant has stated, though, that if this application is denied, that the new OWTS and the secondary treatment that goes with that will probably not be developed. And staff would just point out that, environmental health has the right, if a system is failing, to have the owner replace that system, and they can also request use permits to check how that system is doing. Okay. So some of the landscaping that exists is shown on the screen. And like I said, there was a 20-foot setback prior to 2006. But prior to that time, it wasn't common for the county to record on permits landscaping and site improvements in river setbacks. So it's really hard to know when things were installed. And in this case, the applicant hasn't really demonstrated when these improvements were done, but like I said, it's hard for the county to state whether or not these were illegal or not. They have proposed, though, to restore approximately 1,486 square feet of some of this lawn to the native riparian species. There are a couple areas, though, that are outside of the activity envelope where they are proposing trees, which they would either have to move or bring or remove to approve that activity envelope. So, all right. So in order to approve the activity envelope and site plan, the application needs to comply with the provisions in Chapter 7 shown on the screen. And in general, staff believes that they do meet these criteria, with the exception of a couple of those things I just mentioned previously. Section 72080 is the river and stream and corridor wetland section. And so that, like I said, that one basically says any new development needs to be beyond 100 feet of the river. However, in this case, since the residence is a pre-existing residence, they can pursue section 95020 or 95030, which is the restoration with or with significant changes. So 95020 states that a legal nonconforming structure may be expanded, repaired, restored, reconstructed, replaced, or remodeled as long as the activity does not increase the nonconformity. Expansion into the set of the structure into the setbacks, including an increase in mass, is prohibited except in riparian and wetland setbacks, in which case the height and bulk can be added to. And that's all subject to the following criteria. So here's the following criteria. Staff believes they comply with this except for subsection E, which states the expansion shall be limited to above grade space only. So in, I think it was 2022, or 2021, so they first submitted the application, and staff subsequently reviewed it and let the applicant know that we couldn't deem this application, we couldn't approve it based on subsection E. So then the applicant decided to resubmit the application pursuing the restoration with significant changes code section. And so those provisions are shown on the screen. So if it's found that section 95020, the application doesn't comply with that section, then they can pursue 95030, which is for building code standards, hardships, or improvements to function and appearance. And so in this case, the applicant is stating that the purpose of the application is to improve the function and appearance of the structure. So basically, staff does not believe that the minor changes that they're proposing in terms of expanding the road, the septic improvements, and some of the landscaping improvements really correlates with their request for subgrade space. And staff believes that to pursue this 95030, it needs to really be related to that subgrade space. And staff also points out that the maximum amount of floor area isn't necessarily automatically guaranteed if they can't comply with the code sections. In addition, in summary, staff believes that the proposed below-grade space is not necessary to improve the function and appearance, and therefore would recommend denial of this application unless the applicant voluntarily removed that subgrade space. Then we believe it would comply with all the provisions.
So just to be clear, the reason you're recommending that we do not approve this is because of the subgrade section of it, and because you don't think that conforms with the stipulation that it's to improve the, what?
Yeah, so number 2 here in
Yeah, improve the function and appearance of the structure. So, well, how do we know that the subgrade isn't going to improve the function? Doesn't that depend on what functions they want in the house? I mean,
so the function or the use of this property is for a single-family residence, and I guess staff doesn't believe that building a subgrade space is necessary to improve the function as a single-family residence.
so it's not related to the fact that it's near the floodplain and therefore you can't go underground. It's got nothing to do with that.
No.
Okay.
No.
Patty, did you want to say something?
That was my point. I don't agree with that. I think expansion of any development, knowing setbacks from rivers and streams, that you can rebuild within that existing footprint, but you can't expand your development.
If you're within the 100-foot setback?
Yeah, and to me, putting in subgrade is technically expanding that development. It is to me, and I also have to bring in life safety issues. Why would you put a basement in on a river when you're going to end up with a below-grade swimming pool? at the end of the day. But
You mean accidentally, not the pool?
they already have another pool somewhere
Yes,
else, I think.
you're talking about, that was
I'm
like-
talking about the
yeah,
pool you
okay.
didn't plan on in your basement because you're at a floodplain and you're on the river. But I think the other issues, love to see the upgrade of the septic system, the OWTS, the road, of course, for safety issues. The cleanup of where they put landscaping by a previous owner, which was not the concern, it was not the fault, quote unquote, of the current landowner. But, you know, I technically don't have a problem with allowing them to rebuild the house down there. I just have a problem with the subgrade.
Subgrade. Well, let's hear the presentation from
Yeah,
Glenn.
but thank you.
I do have
Oh,
a question
yeah,
for
go ahead.
Tammy. About floodplain hazard, I was just looking at the FEMA map. And it seems like, if not the house, then part of the driveway is in the FEMA floodplain. And,
It could be, but it's an existing.
and if they, maybe Cody and Glenn could address that in their presentation about,
Sure, and we can
about the floodplain.
bring up that map too.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Stop share.
is it you, Cody?
It's me.
All righty. Lay it on us.
So do I start video and unmute Michaela, or just go?
You can just, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just go.
Don't unmute.
Glenn loves sitting over here in the corner and letting Cody take it.
He's leering, isn't he? Let's see, I gotta get my presentation ready. Here we go.
Yes, it is. What was that photograph? That
What
was
was that
great.
photograph?
That's the new Apple update standard.
Oh.
So. Well, hi, I'm Cody Davis Horn. With me is Giles Thornley of Connect One Design, and Glenn on Zoom should be Richard Goulding of Roaring Fork Engineering. We represent Mark and Jennifer Steislinger, the owners of 55 Smith Hill Way. We are in front of you today requesting an activity envelope and site plan for the demolition reconstruction of a non-conforming structure. Typically, the board doesn't see these types of applications. Most are handled administratively and considered non-significant changes. The criteria for changing these non-conforming structures is generally you don't increase the degree of non-conformity. So our proposal is to reduce the size of the housing footprint, thereby reducing the degree of nonconformity, and convert 1,100 square feet of crawl space to basement space. The proposal for subgrade space is why we're in front of you here today. Basements are not prohibited, but simply deems this a nonconforming structure with a significant change. So to give you a brief overview of the property context, this is the airport up here, Aspen side of the valley. If you travel along Highway 82 and you get to Smith Hill Way on the right, you go down this hill, and just before you cross the True Smith Bridge, you would take a right to access 55 Smith Hill Way. The property is across from the river from Wilton Jaffe Park, which used to be the former Elam gravel pit. Elam's now located less than a mile down valley. You can see the racetrack right here, W/J Hill over here. And so I'm going to review the property context, the existing conditions, and cover a few things that we've noted as the biggest issues and concerns on the site, and then summarize the project to demonstrate how there's no increase to the nonconformity. We have mitigated all potential impacts, and we're going to provide environmental benefits to both the land and the water quality. This is just a little more orientation. This is the bike path at the bottom of the Smith Hill Way. It parallels the True Smith Bridge, so if you took a right on the applicant's driveway, you would access the subject property. This used to be Nick Coates' house, now belonging to the Steislingers. So this is that pedestrian bridge, bike ped bridge right here, just to give you some context for the existing conditions. It's a 4.74 acre property with a 4,380 square foot existing house. Tammy mentioned, this is the narrow driveway, which we will be improving. We have, it's a gravel driveway, which leads into some impervious slab on grade walkways on the site, and steep slopes in excess of 30% behind the house and the Roaring Fork River in front of the house. This became a non-conforming structure in 2006 when the stream side setbacks increased 5 times from 20 to 100 feet. The house is located approximately 72 feet from the stream side setback, so it was pretty remarkable at the time that it was not only complying with a 20-foot setback, but was 3 times the standard. So we kind of got caught in the middle here, or the owners did. They got caught in the thick of this 2006 regulation. Unlike other houses that were only required to be set back 20 feet, they were 72 feet, which is pretty remarkable for the narrowness of this property. This is the pedestrian bridge downstream, just to give you more orientation, in the natural riparian vegetation downstream of the house. This is the natural vegetation on the steep hillside behind the house, and you can see at the toe of the slope, it transitions into this irrigated bluegrass all the way to the river's edge. There's currently no riparian zone on as incorporated into their lawn. This slide presents the existing footprint of the house. There is a bit of existing basement space, 311 square feet of existing basement, and the existing crawl is 1,746 square feet, which travels the extent of the building footprint. The only portion that's not already excavated is this 511 square feet, shown here in green.
How deep is the crawl space?
It ranges in height at approximately 5 feet for the extent of the crawl.
So you and I could stand up in it, right?
But it is less than 5'6" too, so our proposal is to increase the standard to a standard basement height.
9?
Ranging from 8 to 10 feet, so yeah. This is the existing septic on the site. I found this in the county files. It's an not antiquated, but a state-of-the-art system for the 1970s. Although it's a 55-year-old system, it's very dated, and although not failing, you know, regulations have changed significantly in the past 55 years, and technology has gotten a lot better. So the proposal is to upgrade this system to a secondary treatment system, which will dramatically improve the function of the structure and avoid any future deficiencies that could occur using an old system that close to the river. This is a reused photo multiple times, with the approximate location of the buried septic. You can see this mound right here, and just under the surface is the existing system. And again, you'll notice no riparian buffer.
So you can't have trees along there anyway.
Right.
Because it's the septic.
Right, we wouldn't plant any trees in this area.
Right,
And
right.
we're happy to comply with keeping any proposed trees within the activity envelope. And so you'll notice that's sort of one of the 3 issues and concerns that we're identifying on the site. One is that there's a dated septic system. 2 is that there's no retention or treatment of drainage coming down and through the site. So there's a steep hill right here. The water flows down the hill, through the property, through the septic area, and then into the river. There's currently no system in place to retain or treat that water prior to potential discharge into the Roaring Fork. So to review the existing conditions, we have a house where most of the footprint's already excavated in a base with a basement and 5-foot crawl space. So we have those 3, the trifecta of issues and concerns, as I'm calling it: landscaping without the riparian buffer, an outdated septic, and drainage that flows through the property. So this trifecta of potential contaminants that flow into the river are the site problems that we're going to remedy. So I'll start with the first one, the existing drainage. The applicant is requesting, sorry, this sort of goes with this slide. This is the hillside, and this is just another look. You can see through the foliage of that steep hill. So we got no stormwater detention, no treatment, no erosion control for that drainage. And that brings me to our proposal overview. The applicant is requesting an activity envelope and site plan for the replacement of the non-conforming structure with significant changes. Although frankly, we don't think that these changes are all that significant, but rather just converting existing crawl space to basement space. Through the process, we're going to be reducing the building footprint and thereby the degree of the nonconformity, and remedying all the potential problems on the site, being that non-riparian zone, drainage, and outdated septic, to create the best possible project possible. Because this proposal is asking for basement space, this is a BOCC decision. Adverse impacts on the neighborhood and the county as a whole, it's not prohibited to include basement space, but simply takes it from a staff level review to a BOCC review. And so the criteria of approval that we'll review and that you should be considering throughout the rest of this presentation, the Board of County Commissioners can approve a significant change if adverse impacts on the neighborhood or the county as a whole are deemed to be tolerable. And so the criteria for consideration is that you meet the practical difficulties and hardships that arise from existing conditions upon repair, alteration, or restoration, or improve the function and appearance of the structure. It's highlighted in red because we're going for the function and appearance criteria. So presented on your screen here is the existing building footprint and the proposed building footprint. We're reducing the degree of nonconformity by eliminating these blue areas, which thereby reduces the amount of the structure encroaching into that 100-foot setback. The only additional non-excavated space that we're requesting is this brown area. So we want to expand the existing basement into this brown area and then convert this yellow crawl space into full basement height, reflecting a new basement floor area shown in yellow at the bottom of your screen here, and an elimination of all this area which is protruding into the 100-foot setback. So I think it's important to keep in mind that we are reducing the degree of nonconformity. And traditionally, the important criteria when working with nonconforming structures is that you shouldn't expand the building footprint, which I think logically suggests subgrade space. And you brought it up, Patty, is that, okay, are you gonna hit the aquifer, or the water table?
Water table.
We don't want any unintentional basement pools. And so we contracted with Kumar and Associates to do a geotechnical report, and we obtained boring samples to basically determine that we aren't going to hit any aquifer or subgrade water. Free water was encountered at 7,330, the elevation of 7,339. The basement, finished basement floor elevation is 5 feet above that. It is the opinion of Kumar and Associates that the separation from the foundation in the aquifer is entirely sufficient, and that no other additional measures would be necessary. However, just to be sure, we contracted with Evolve Structural Engineers to design a special foundation, and the applicant is committing to a custom foundation that incorporates dewatering, special basement floor assembly, foot-bearing depths, subgrade preparation, foundation drainage, and a dewatering system during construction.
Can I ask you a question right there?
Sure.
So if the groundwater is only 4 feet below the basement floor,
5.
is the,
It's Rambo.
I'm sorry, it
Sorry.
is 5. Is the groundwater always at the same level, even during runoff? The groundwater doesn't rise?
It fluctuates. That's what the boring samples indicated when we did the analysis, and it's the opinion of Kumar that those fluctuations can be mitigated through the 5-foot separation, and then plus the special basement floor assembly and dewatering system could mitigate any other potential impacts. So
Okay.
we're pretty comfortable with that separation and this custom foundation design.
Francie, I was gonna ask the same thing, especially since, so we're looking at keeping more and getting more water in our river, the Roaring Fork. So we're hoping that in the future we will have higher groundwater. You know, again, they built a house over here by Patsy Newberry Park on the river, and they had to rubberize the basement because they literally had a significant swimming pool in their basement. So having learned from that experience, because I live in that neighborhood, I just want to make sure we're not repeating history.
Absolutely, and that's what
I
we've
appreciate your filling me in
taken
on
into
that.
consideration and would, consider any other recommendations for foolproofing that basement to maintain the water level.
Thank you.
It doesn't seem to be a concern of the professionals who are working with this or our staff, so.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's our concern though, because we want to develop the
wanna
best
do it
possible
right,
project. So just to reorient you again, we're Highway 82. This is the subject property, Wilton Jaffe Park. There's going to be no impacts to the water table, but through those boring samples, we also determined the subsurface conditions of the soils. And it's going to be a bunch of small rocks and small boulders and cobbly rocks, which are the same that's mined at Elam Gravel Pit. And as you may know, Wilton Jaffe Park used to be the old Elam Gravel Pit, so it's no surprise that the property just across the river has the same materials. Those materials can travel less than a mile to Elam Gravel Pit to be reused and crushed. Only a fifth of that distance is going to be on county roads. So that 1,100 square feet of excavated basement space equates to about 18 truckloads that are traveling a fifth of a mile on county roads. We're pretty fortunate in this circumstance that the property is this close to Elam, and this allows us to avoid using the landfill for any excavated materials, and presents very little impacts on the neighborhood and the county, and we're staying off Highway 82.
That is a really interesting detail.
We're
River
happy.
Rock goes
interested.
back to River Rock.
That is really interesting. Thank you for that.
What about deconstruction of the existing house, Ramsey?
Yeah.
Well, and we're also trying to recycle as many materials as possible according to the Green Halo system, which is sort of the industry standard.
Right.
So forgive me for skimming over that point.
We just want to, I was queuing you up.
If she didn't
Yeah.
ask it, it was definitely coming from me, so.
There you go. Well, I'll address it before you ask it. On your screen here, we have the plan, which is addressing these trifecta of issues and concerns, which was crafted and designed by Giles at Connect One. We're proposing riparian vegetation along the entire stream bank, converting that irrigated bluegrass into riparian seed mix. We're incorporating 1,486 square feet of new riparian vegetation, as well as 2,328 square feet of additional county seed mix. This is going to improve the appearance of the structure from the public Wilton Jaffe Park across the way, as well as all river users, tubers, and rafters coming down the Roaring Fork. They're going to see native vegetation instead of bluegrass in a house. So it's going to provide some screening as well as that natural environment that we all want along the river. Keep in mind, the 100-foot setback was a standard that was intended to encompass all wetlands and riparian vegetation. This property is unique in that it encompasses no wetlands or riparian vegetation, at least on this portion of the property. So we're proposing to create that riparian buffer. Wildlife ecologist Jonathan Losky said that creation of the riparian buffer enhances the ecological health, improves the ecosystem services by filtration of water entering the river, flood attenuation, erosion prevention, provides wildlife habitat, and improves water quality for aquatic species. So that's our address to the landscaping component. Our address to the septic and the drainage is that we are proposing this secondary treatment system. This will greatly reduce the strength of effluent entering the soil and any potential contaminants if that system were to fail that could enter the river. Roaring Fork Engineering and Pickens County Department of Environmental Health determined that if the effluent is treated at a level 2 standard, then the septic setback of 50 feet is preferable to the current system. So we have the secondary treatment system right here, and we have current runoff entering this steep slope without being retained or collected. So we're proposing this state-of-the-art storm brick system, which will then pipe and distribute any sheet flow onto more porous surfaces. So if you remember from the beginning, all of these pathways, driveway are impervious gravel and rocks, which will be converted to more porous surfaces, which will limit erosion and destructive sheet flow over those harder surfaces. Combine this with the natural filtration and restoration of the riparian wetlands, you have a much more holistic product. The drainage is being retained, it runs through riparian vegetation, and then you have more porous surfaces that it's being absorbed into along the riverbank. Additionally, we talked about this, we're installing this 20,000 gallon fire suppression tank. So the exchange in this proposal is that we're recognizing there's no adverse impacts to developing subgrade as the water table is not affected. In addition, realizing the value of the site improvements to the riparian area, the drainage, the septic upgrades that would otherwise not take place if the applicant didn't do this project. And so I'd just like to run through the approval criteria here, which is to enhance the function and appearance of the structure. And we see the structure as it integrates and works with the site as a whole. We're replacing a 4-bedroom house, converting crawl space to basement space, reducing the housing footprint and thereby the degree of nonconformity, improving site screening and appearance from a public park and the Roaring Fork River, improving the water quality by restoring riparian vegetation, improving the septic system to a secondary treatment system, improving the drainage, and there's going to be no impacts to the water table and no dump trucks from the excavation on State Highway 82. So in summary, I'd like to say that BOCC's approval of the application is an enticement to the applicant to improve the overall ecology on the property by restoring riparian vegetation and improving water quality. If the subgrade space is not approved, the applicant might not do this development. We believe that this application demonstrates that there's no rationale to prohibit basement space based on a blanket policy for a 100-foot setback from the river that assumes to capture or assumes to encompass a riparian zone that actually does not exist, and one which we are creating. Giles and Glenn, if you'd like to add anything, now's the time.
Great job, Cody.
Thanks.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And I'm going to look to the county attorney and to staff, because this is something I always ask when we have proximity to the river. Is there any opportunity for the applicant to offer a recreation easement for fishing activities along that section of the river?
Funny enough, there is a 10-foot fishing easement that shows up on, I believe, the 1041, and it's the only place that I found a note that said there was an easement. So I don't know if it was placed at some point on one of those land use approvals, but I didn't find any other records.
So-
I had open space
So
and
do we
trails.
or do we not? And now we're calling the recreation easements, not fishing easements, but, and I know in the
Yeah.
past it's been, well, they don't connect anywhere, but it's amazing as things progress, how many of them are starting to connect.
There is on either side. I did look at that, and there is a pretty good connection. So this is kind of a holdout.
Glenn
thought,
looks like
but-
he can clarify.
And there is a 10-foot easement, did you say?
There
At high
I
water?
can
or-
bring it up on the. There's a, I think it was a 1041 plat. There's a small note that has, and it shows up on the survey as well. So if I can bring that up.
I want to make sure that's clear. I just think that any opportunity we have for enhancing
I
our,
don't know. Do you have anything to offer if I find that?
I saw that easement too on a 1041 hazard review
Yeah.
map.
I-
And,
You saw
and it
one?
would connect to the city of Aspen land, which
The
connects to
Aspen
the
Mass.
pedestrian bridge. So it's a logical easement.
okay, I just want to make sure that's clarified then in the application, if the application was to move forward.
And would that 10-foot easement be at high water?
John, how do they calculate those?
That's going to put them really close.
I don't know.
Typically, that's how it's worded.
But it already exists. I'm not taking it away.
No, I agree. I
just like it further.
It's gonna put them close though, at high water. But nobody fishes at high water anyway, so.
I guess I want to put in for staff, in their application, there was no representation that there was existing subgrade space. So that's very new to me.
Just say?
That there,
Is existing
yeah,
subgrade?
right now in the application that was submitted, there was no existing subgrade space. So that's what staff has reviewed the application based on. So I don't know.
So there is existing, we're sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think Suzanne might
It's
want to
not in their
address this.
floor area calculations or in the floor plans that was submitted to the county.
Well, if the board approves a development request, you'll see that easement appear on whatever's generated.
The fishing recreation easement. I just want to make sure it's there.
And I guess I jumped up here, sorry, keep in mind. Just, right, I mean, my understanding is that the only place it shows up is on a 1041 hazard review site plan. So again, would have been agreed to at that time, but I don't know that it's more formalized than that. So I think that's kind of the question, is if they're.
That's enough.
That's enough?
That's enough?
Okay.
And then the other question that came out of that was this subgrade. You weren't aware of this subgrade, the basement existing space, and now we are aware of it?
Yeah,
We're
that was
learning.
new to me in this presentation, so.
Oh.
Okay.
Interesting. I have a question about the recreational pool. It is on piers, or is there living space underneath it?
It's on the second floor patio area.
So it's not over interior living space, or it is?
It is.
Wow.
Now they're going to have a shower for their pool in the
How
basement.
many gallons is this pool, do you know?
I don't. The idea with the pool is that, they like to spend time on the riverbank with a direct vision to the river. And
Oh,
so,
I get the idea of the
and
pool.
so with the restoration of the riparian area,
They don't have a
regardless of that being a pool, it would be outdoor patio space, so they could have that direct shot to the water's edge. Yeah.
I assume modern engineering makes it work.
And can I, just real quick, I know Steve's got, but the picture that you showed us over and over and over, because it had so many issues on that section of, is that Kentucky bluegrass, which, we love here in Pickens County. What's the structure there, the wooden, I don't know what that is. Is that the part of the decking, or?
This thing? This guy?
No, go back. What's that in that?
Oh, yeah, they're just wicker chairs that are stored there.
Oh, I couldn't figure out what that was.
Steve?
Really
Hey, I
interesting.
I see there's a existing hot tub that will be removed.
Yeah.
Which is good. Check that box. But then the pool, now is the pool going to be enclosed, or is it going to be
So
an
they ha-
outdoor heated pool, or is it going to be an indoor heated pool? I can't quite get that from the drawings.
Yeah, it's going to be on top of the first floor, sort of indoor-outdoor space. And yeah, we've reviewed the upcoming legislation to make sure that we can comply.
The energy code
yeah.
issues?
So it looks like, I don't know, it might be kind of just a trade-off, because a hot tub would be hotter, less
Sure.
square footage of the hot tub. The pool would be bigger, but then the water would be
And we have removed
presumably
the hot tub
colder.
in the current application, and this was originally submitted in August 2021, and there's been subsequent iterations to the application text, and so maybe, I don't know, the subgrade space snafu maybe was lost in there with the hot tub, and for any misrepresentation, we didn't intend that, so,
We've got it now.
yeah.
Changes my opinion on things.
So the water is supplied by a well on this property?
Yeah.
Must be pretty shallow well.
Yeah, it's called the river.
Well, at least 5 feet below the basement.
We hope.
It's the basement. It's their new water supply system, and their pool, and their
I
hot
mean,
tub.
Basically, we're talking about Roaring Fork River water, right? I mean,
Let's see, question about
It's a very
the
shallow.
existing basement space. Was that in one of the additions or in the original?
It's just been a mechanical room for that 311 square feet from all the existing floor plans that we've had. And then I literally crawled the extent of this
You did?
crawl space. Yeah, me and Seth, the architect, just
Yeah.
kind of.
Well, I was
stayed out of that
curious,
one.
just, I was actually in this house when the original owner, Greg Cole, built it. And he was an architect, but he built the smaller 1,300 some square
bears
feet
must be really
structure.
active out there.
So I was just trying to picture the additions. Now, in the existing basement, has there been any water problems in there or moisture problems that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no. And, we could, furnish whatever proof about the existing basement that is needed.
Do you have one question, Steve?
Greg's
Oh,
got
about
it.
the floodplain, which it looks like there's sort of the wetlands and stuff that's farther down the driveway, and that looks like that would correspond to the floodplain area too.
Yeah, so downriver, I guess north of the house, is pretty thick wetlands and riparian vegetation, and a lot of that city property. But from all the surveys that we've done, there's not a floodplain issue.
Do we have the floodplain map?
I think you might have had that, Tammy.
Is this the
Yeah,
Aspen map?
we had it in our packet.
It's somewhere in there. I haven't been able to
Special
find that
floodplain.
page again.
Oh, shoot.
There are
Here it
things
is.
that show a line which I presume are the floodplain line, but
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
So,
Oh, I got this in the way.
Yeah.
Easement. Yep, so here's the flood.
You're next, Greg.
Annual
so it
chance
kind of
of
goes
flood.
right up to the driveway but doesn't go over the driveway.
Exactly.
oh, I was
Okay.
looking at the other way thinking, oh God, you guys are floating, but it's the other
Yeah.
way. There's the river. Okay.
All right, and so I'm going to table a couple of questions about electrification stuff till after Greg speaks. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was just concerned about the floodplain. I'm looking at the 1991 site map on Pitkin County Maps and more, and it looks like the 7,400-foot line cuts right through the house. It kind of comes in from the south end off the river and then cuts right through the property and is actually on the west side of the driveway at one point. So that was a 7,400 foot. And I guess I'm concerned just to know about the 50-year and 100-year floodplains. And I for some reason I didn't see that in the packet. So I'm just thinking, as Patty mentioned, I don't know how recent that house that she was talking about was built, but I know one that was built in the last 8 or 9 years, with one of these modern basements that has had a lot of flooding problems. They think they're going to defeat water, and that's pretty difficult. It's like trying to defeat gravity. And so my real concern with this is just that you're going to have a flooded house, and then that water will find its way back into the river. I was also wondering where the well is, and if it's upstream or downstream from the septic field. And I'm guessing I really like the idea that all these improvements would significantly increase the environmental quality of the water going back into the river, and the visibility. I like everything I'm hearing. I just have to say, it's the idea of putting a basement in there is still a hard one to swallow, despite the assertions of the engineers. Thanks.
Okay, I have some questions. So the alignment of this building is along the river, so it's a north-south alignment, is that correct? And so all those windows, are they facing the river? They are, okay. And, but that's to the north?
That would be to the east, I suppose, sort of
Because it says
northeast.
north elevation on this, where all the windows are, so.
Well, if you think about the sites, if this is north, it's sort of like that, so I guess it'd be northeast.
I don't get that.
I'm looking at my screen here. If you look at the screen, downstream,
screen.
so this way, like this direction is north.
Okay.
And so these windows are sort of,
Okay, great. I
northeast.
just, when I read north elevation, I thought, all those windows facing north seemed a little unusual, but I get it now.
Well, the site is
It's
narrow
what you
and
have.
gets nice 12 o'clock sun, and that's it.
Yeah, and it's a narrow lot, so you have to. So I'm wondering about your mitigation for energy use on this project.
Well, in terms of the
Solar, what kinds of systems are you running, that kind of thing?
generally for the remodel, demolition, reconstruction credit, the solar readiness doesn't apply. However, like I said, we're open to making this the best project possible. If you guys were to recommend
Why doesn't
it,
the solar readiness apply?
Because it's a
existing
redone of
house,
an old place.
either remodels or demolition, reconstruction.
Yet, doesn't apply yet.
Yet.
I thought it.
So
that's in
I
it. We've
really
looked
like
into
this
that.
application. There's a lot of things about it I like. I love the work to mitigate the runoff and to repair the riparian area. And when you look at the use of the basement, it gives me pause. I'm not opposed to the basement, but an exercise room and a media game room, they don't exactly warm my heart. Plus, they also look like invitations for additional bedrooms, since you can't put more than 4 bedrooms on the application because of the size of the septic. They kind of look like bedrooms to me. So maybe not the media game room, but the exercise room looks like a disguised bedroom to me. So I really having a little of a bit of a hard time understanding why staff is not recommending it. I would have understood it if it were about the floodplain and the basement and everything, but for the reason that's given, the thing about function and appearance, doesn't convince me not to approve this. And I'm inclined to believe the engineers that this is a safe place to put a basement. But like I say, a media game and exercise as the function for building the basement is a little bit hard for me. Do you want to talk about that at all, or?
We went through extensive conversations with staff about this cannot be a bedroom. Please ensure that this will not be a bedroom. We've communicated that with the owner extensively, and they are eager to improve their house and are completely okay with that. We also understand the environmental impacts and thresholds of the septic system, and it's built for a 4-bedroom house. And
I'm
they
sorry,
know
what?
The
Was what?
septic system is designed for a 4-bedroom house, and they're well aware of the implications of exceeding those requirements and the potential impacts that it could have to their life, liberty, and property.
Can I add on to your bedroom issue? Qualifications for bedrooms, John, Ely? Closets and ingress egress, is that correct?
You have to have those things, but,
To
it
qualify
doesn't have any-
technically as a bedroom.
Well,
I think I
if
worked.
if you're counting rooms that are labeled as bedrooms to calculate the size of a septic system, it's an entirely different exercise. If you're looking at a design that labels a part of a structure as a bedroom, then you look for the presence of a
Egress
way
and
in and a
closet.
way out.
So do these exercise room and gaming room have ingress egress? Do they have windows?
Yeah, that has
grills?
nothing to do with how it might be used.
The exercise room
I
has
just want
egress,
to
it
know,
looks
because
like.
if they're I want to make sure people have a safe way to get in and out in case. Glenn's got his hand up, so I'll.
Yeah, go ahead, Glenn.
Typically, what the zoning official looks at is proximity to bathrooms and a closet in terms of whether you have a bedroom. But that's always been the rule that's been explained to me by the zoning official.
I thought egress was.
I thought egress too.
Well, that's a requirement. If it's a bedroom, you have to have appropriate egress for emergency
Looks
purposes.
like a window well
Yeah.
to me on the drawing.
Yeah, so if you declare
Not
it
an
to be a
egress.
Has to
bedroom,
be.
there has to be
Yeah.
egress that meets health safety standards. But in determining whether it might be used as a bedroom.
Closet and a bathroom.
Yeah, the closet and bathroom proximity is the key.
But the media room doesn't have egress. that looks like.
It's not a bedroom though, so.
I know, but
Well, I'm just talking about if somebody, maybe not this owner, but somebody in the future, you know, or sometimes you see, we approve a 4-bedroom, we see the advertisement in the real estate ads for a 6-bedroom, and I'm like, where did those other 2 bedrooms come from? That's common.
And I also like the, you know, diminution of the footprint. I think that's good. I don't see, it seems to me that from looking at it as somebody who's driving by or walking a trail or something, this is an improvement on the current site, a significant improvement. What it's gonna look like to people, this is an improvement. I mean, lawn down to the river is, you know, not attractive. And, the building is a nicer building, and having all that riparian stuff restored, and all of that, I think is an improvement. I don't think there's any question about that, but at least in my taste. But I don't know. I hate to go against staff, so go ahead.
We're okay if that happens. We understand that you have the purview to do that, but I think just, you know, I think the point we're trying to make is to recognize that this is non-conforming because it is within the 100-foot stream setback. That's why there's just a heightened review process associated with this. You know, and Tammy's gone through all of those criteria. Yes, reducing footprint, you know, those improvements, but I think it's important to note this whole idea. Again, I don't think we were aware of the basement, that there's already a crawl space. So there's some excavated space already, but I mean, Cody said there's 18 truckloads of excavated material that are gonna come out. So that's an additional impact within at least a portion of that 100-foot stream setback where we're trying to minimize impacts. Acknowledge, of course, there's existing impacts, but that's, I think, what you all are weighing is their existing impacts. They may be able to improve on some of those, but you also have to recognize that, right, tearing down this house and rebuilding and further excavating is an additional impact in that 100-foot setback.
Right, I understand that.
So I think that's,
And the truckloads will play into the road impact fee.
Well, let's go to public hearing.
Truckloads will play into the road.
the road impact fee is based on size, so if they're not increasing the overall size of the house, then it may not trigger an additional
We
fee.
need to look at that again. We haven't looked at that in a while.
So I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on the recommendation to deny the Steislinger site plan and activity envelope review? Anybody online? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, come back to the commissioners.
Just a second here.
I'm needing a second too. So this is it. This is the final, what we say today, that's the final thing. It's not coming back to us. Correct?
Unless we ask for it to come back.
Okay.
So,
Steve's ready to go.
at first I was really skeptical about this, and it would not be the house that I would personally build. But there, you know, and looking at the whole thing, the fact that there is already an existing basement and the existing crawl space almost is like a full basement anyhow. And I've never been opposed to having people put basements anywhere in the county, even though where I live, it's like, you know, there's a prejudice in the county against having basements in rural areas, and they want you to put them in the urban growth boundary, and opposed to it in the more rural areas of the county. And I've always felt like doing subgrade space is actually a good technique to have a more energy efficient house and have less impact on the, you know, on the footprint. It makes the house, even though it's a larger square footage house, it has less visual impact because of some of it's underground. So I don't really have a problem with the basement. I was initially really concerned about, you know, so close to the river that's why I was concerned about the floodplain delineation. And I like the fact that the septic system will be better. I don't totally understand the whole septic system, but it looks like it's a major improvement over the existing one. And maybe you could talk a little bit more about the septic system.
When we have Richard here, in case you asked that question, so maybe
Yeah.
I'll let him take that.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Richard Goulding, president of Roaring Fork Engineering, and I'm the designer of the civil engineering designer who's also designed the septic system. So we met with environmental health a number of years ago to discuss the septic system and kind of how close it was to the river and within that 100-foot setback. And what we were told by Kirk Dowd at the time, Brian Dougherty was there as well, was if we did secondary treatment, and it's called an Orenco Advantex system, that they would allow the septic system to be permitted within that 100-foot setback. And the reason I said that is the effluent coming out of these Advantex systems is far weaker than what will come out of a standard system. A standard system removes about 75–80% before it goes into the infiltrators. An Advantex system removes about 98% of what's called biological oxygen demand, which is kind of a wastewater strength. So it's a big improvement on the older technology that original system would have used.
But
Thank you.
can I just make it, we have to keep in mind that now that staff is aware of the fact this system is older, staff can mandate improvements without having to go through this application. Staff can mandate in the best interest of the environment an upgraded septic system or more frequent testing. So that is, I think it's great that they're gonna upgrade into this new system, but it's not that we aren't gonna keep an eye on the old system if we don't approve this. Because now we know we need to keep an eye on the old system.
Yeah.
Greg?
Yeah, hi. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation and all the input we've had. I'm uncomfortable that staff didn't know about the existing basement and crawl space, and I'm not quite sure how to respond to that other than I'd like to give staff more time to examine this. And I want to be, I'm still concerned about a really damp, wet, flooded basement at some point during a high spring runoff, or when the Twin Lakes Canal Company shuts off the water and we get a huge runoff event. I'm concerned about a basement, which clearly will be used for, living space, if not bedrooms, but just, I'm thinking we're going to be disappointing a future owner because they're going to have a wet basement. I'm having trouble getting past that. And the fact that our staff didn't even know it existed makes me wonder if this couldn't use a bit more scrutiny before we approve it. And so I just wanted to put it out there that I'd be willing to delay this in order to have this examined to the satisfaction of staff.
Suzanne, did you? Francis, Suzanne?
Thanks, Greg. I mean, I don't know that delaying it for that purpose for staff. I mean, again, we now know there's a crawl space, but again, to my point earlier, there is a considerable amount of additional excavation that will occur. So I don't think that new fact changes necessarily our recommendation. I feel like at this point, we'd still be saying there's a considerable expansion. I don't think that's excavating that for basement livable space meets that criteria of the code about the form and function. So again, I don't think that would necessarily change our recommendation. I'm looking at Tammy in case she has anything to add to that.
I'm just reading that code section that says expansion shall be limited to above grade space only. Now, if they truly do have a subgrade space area, I think we would allow them to bring that back. But again, the code section doesn't permit any expansion beyond what's existing. So I think we would maintain our recommendation that if they have that existing footprint, they can replace in that existing footprint and build up. And if they have an existing basement, they can maintain that basement space but not expand based on this code section and the precedent that it would also set to
Glenn?
not.
The code section Tammy's referring to has to do with whether or not it can be approved by the staff. It's definitely considered a significant change if you expand that basement space, which is why it's before you. But it's not prohibited to expand into a basement. It's just that it goes to you for review rather than the staff.
Thank you for that clarification. Any more comments? Well, I'm inclined to not pass the resolution to deny it. That's where I would be going. I don't know if we should change the language, if other people are interested in that, or.
Yeah, that's a procedural, how, if we were to approve it, does it need to come back to us with another reso, or what do we do? I forget what we're supposed to do.
We just did this recently, and I kind of forget what we did.
I think it came back, well, in that case, I think it came back to us with a new reso.
I mean, I would say John may have more to add, because it's a denial right now. There are no conditions in front of you to
So we
to
need to
consider.
bring it back.
So I would think if you were to make a motion to approve that was to pass, that you'd probably want the resolution with all of the conditions to come back in front of you, would be my guess.
Do you agree with that?
Do you agree with legal
Put you on the
counsel? Do
spot.
you agree with legal counsel?
It depends on the resolution that the board wants to approve. If you want to grant an application, then what's in the application becomes approved. If, however, you want to grant the application, but you want to condition it, as Suzanne mentioned.
Yeah, okay.
Then those conditions would have to be accepted by the board, particularly in some sort of a draft reso or a verbal presentation, so that everybody knew what exactly was being approved and what conditions were being put on it.
Do we have any specific conditions, if we approved it, that we would want attached?
Well, I don't know, what counts? Does it count that we're asking for revegetation of the riparian area?
I think
that's been
that's part of
stated
it,
in the
right?
application, but do we need to put that in as a condition? I would be more comfortable seeing a resolution come back to us with the conditions as per the application are outlined. I'm just more comfortable with the thorough presentation, the document. And it's a simple process. They put it on a one read, or we continue it to be brought back as a resolution to approve with specific conditions as presented by the application.
So what they've presented today, you're saying is, you don't feel like that guarantees that they're going to restore the riparian area?
No, I just want to see it in conditions of approval. Right now, that we don't have a resolution with conditions of approval before us.
Okay.
Especially, I want clarification as to the recreation easement.
You want to make a
from the
motion to that
1041.
effect?
As much as I came into this after reading staff's information, not wanting to expand the non-conforming subgrade to the setback, looking at the information where it shows us what's going to be eliminated in that encroachment on the setback to further some of those areas from 72 feet, did you say? Closer to where we're
The
requiring.
existing residence is 72 feet, so in areas on the north end of the structure, it'll be increased a little bit.
I want to maybe.
Sure.
Yeah, please, help me with this.
I could bring it up, but in a couple places they are reducing it, but in a couple places they are bringing it out. So in staff's mind, it was kind of an even trade. It wasn't a substantial reduction in the nonconformity.
Okay. But also seeing the expansion, and I don't agree with Steve on basements because of the impact of excavating 18 truckloads of soil. And in some cases, when we're doing it in the rural areas, it's 4,000 square feet of basement. And I don't like that impact, just to put subgrade below grade that is exempt. But anyway, in this case, I'm going to put forward a motion to approve as per the conditions per the applicant's presentation. Bring it back to us for a reading, not on the 15th of November, please, but probably maybe the second meeting in December.
I'm not quite sure what you're saying. Are you saying you're putting forward a motion to approve the
the
site plan
application.
review? Okay.
Yeah, but bring it back for us to consider conditions of approval in a resolution at a meeting to be scheduled in the second meeting in December, or
Final
It's either
budget
the
approval?
6th or the 20th.
what works
Two
best for
months.
staff and for the applicant?
While they're thinking about that, we don't need to
No, Glenn's
deny
got a
this
football game to
resolution.
go to,
We
so
don't
he'll
need
be
to
out of town
defeat this resolution for denying.
I'm
Oh, it's
sorry.
Christmas Eve.
We won't be here on Christmas Eve.
Supposed to be his
We've got the
grandbabies on
6th or the
Christmas Eve.
20th.
So we don't need to deny this resolution, we don't need to defeat this resolution for denying. We don't
Yes.
need to do that?
You do not need to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm doing this with still concerns about the subgrade and the river. But I think that there's already subgrade space below there, and it's granted it's 18 trucks, but they're, again, not going too far. Let's make sure that what I would like to be, that swell goes to Elam as part of the conditions. It's because that's what the applicant represented as part of their presentation today.
Steve?
I will second the motion, and I am looking at the proposed fire protection tank. They just put one of those in on a house up on Capitol Creek Road, and the amount of excavation for putting in that tank was enormous. And I think probably a lot of the 18 truckloads have to do with putting that big tank in the ground. It's not for excavating the extra basement space as much as
Combination of
Good
the
point.
two.
as the water tank.
Although some of it goes back in the hole, but
Yeah, and also
True.
to counter, we're getting into, well, I won't say it. When I built my house, none of the excavation left the property in a rural area.
You are good about that, but don't tell me
Yeah.
that a 4,000 square foot
In
basement.
a lot of
they don't.
rural areas, people have space to use the material.
same with my house.
Yeah, so.
A lot,
And
but
yours, no doubt.
Not everybody does that, I realize that, but we did. So, is there an alternative to the proposed fire protection tank? After all, this is right next to the river. And if the fire
think that
department
recommendation
needs
came
to
from the
pump
fire
some
department.
water, they could really easily suck some water out of the river and use it for fire
That is
protection.
a really good point.
It's access to the river, I think, which is a issue, given that driveway and the.
The fact that they have to do sprinklers, it's over 3,000.
a little bit different pumping from the river than pumping from a tank.
Yeah, takes a lot less work in the long run than putting in a huge tank.
But you gotta get the truck down there and they have a 14-foot driveway rather than a 16-foot
Yeah,
driveway.
I don't know. I mean, is that something we could look at?
It's the fire department recommendation. I believe we'd have to send it back to the fire department for
Yeah.
reconsideration.
Yeah.
That's a great
Yeah,
idea.
Richard, I was the person who met with the fire department and they did require it, and that's pretty standard to put one of these tanks in.
They don't have
Where's he from?
70 feet of hose?
Got an accent.
So because it's over 3,000 square feet, they're gonna have to sprinkle it. And
Yeah,
I think
but
they want that
they have to
dedicated.
connect, there's a dry hydrant that goes with that tank. They hook up their fire truck to that, and that's how they'll fight the fire.
Okay.
Okay.
It's, they basically pull up beside the hydrant, connect to it, pump out of that, and fight the
Sounds
fire from that.
Irish. Sounds Irish.
Okay, any more questions?
The water come from for the sprinkler.
Let's vote. All those in favor of approving this application to come back to us on,
Did you guys, December
The
6th?
6th is fine.
Okay, December
What?
the
The
6th.
December 6th?
Is fine, yeah, if that
Uh,
works for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, as a resolution to approve.
With specific conditions as presented by the applicant.
That.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we have it seconded, so let's vote. All those in favor of Patty's motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Was that an aye, Greg?
Yep.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, it passes 4 to
Good
nothing.
job, gentlemen. Can we take a wee
Nice
bit,
job, guys.
since this next one's gonna take us a wee longer?
Sure.
He's Irish.
Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Pitkin County Commissioners on Wednesday, November 1st. We are in the midst of land use public hearings. And now we're going to hear a resolution granting special review approval for a limited development conservation parcel for the Nichols Family Trust Jakeman Creek property. Leslie.
Hi. So first, I need to do this so I don't forget. Really want to thank Tanner Pfeiffer and Andrew Schumacher. So Tanner crafted this whole drone presentation that you guys are going to see. And Andrew and Tanner went up on the site visit with Francis and Paul Paul got to go twice on the site visit. But they went up there and shot all this drone footage for you guys. And so I really want to shout out to them because they really helped us a lot.
Speaking of that, I would request that when we have these kind of land use hearings, that we at least talk about site visit beforehand.
Okay.
Usually they help me immensely, so just saying.
Yeah, and so my thought in doing this and using the drone is to give you guys a really close sense of the property. And then if you still feel you need a site visit, we can certainly arrange
still do it.
that.
Yeah, okay.
We can certainly arrange that.
Okay.
Soon.
Yeah, soon, before the snow flies again.
Yeah. So the applicant has provided the affidavit of public notice, and it does meet the criteria in our code for public notice. So the application before you is a special review request for a limited development conservation parcel. The applicant is requesting 8 transfer development rights for conserving the property. Francis Krismanich is representing the Nichols Family Trust. I will give you a brief overview of the property and the application, then turn it over to Paul, who will highlight the conservation attributes of the property. And then we'll give Francis an opportunity to make his presentation to you. Okay. What's happening? I'm trying to go to my next slide. Oh. Okay.
Tanya all of a sudden got chilly.
Okay. So
2 fingers.
It got chilly.
So this is a copy of the survey that was in your packet, and I just want to give you a quick snapshot of the property. So the property is approximately 283 acres. 100 acres is in Pitkin County, and 183 is in Garfield County. This heavy dashed line is depending upon whom you talk to, or what map you look at, but this is a survey, and that is the Pitkin County, Eagle County property boundary. The property is located just upriver from Meredith, and it's accessed by a bridge, and it is undeveloped, except for there is a very small 2-acre inholding right here. And this property, according to our assessor files, was developed in 1964.
That's where the white buildings are?
Yeah. Okay, McKella. No, next up.
Oh, it looks like you can just look right down.
Greg's looking at his cat with his evil eye.
Okay, I got it. There we go. Okay, and this is a nice aerial view of the property for you. So the property fronts the Frying Pan River, and then Jakeman Creek comes down through the valley of the property and confluences with Jakeman Creek. It's also surrounded by Forest Service property. So all along this side, all around, as you saw in your survey that was in your packet, is Forest Service property. The property in Pitkin County is zoned RS 30 lot minimum, 30 acre minimum per lot, RS 30. And it's zoned resource in Eagle County. The primary constraint on the property are steep slopes. So the yellow are slopes less than 30%, and the red are slopes greater than 30%. The Pitkin County Land Use Code discourages development on slopes greater than 30% and prohibits development on slopes greater than 45%. So the applicant requests a limited development conservation parcel via special review to conserve the whole property. There is no development on this property. As an incentive to conserve property, our land use code provides for an applicant to request transfer development rights if the property is deemed a limited development conservation parcel.
Okay, why is it called limited development instead of just no development? Or is there something I'm missing there?
No, so the code, if you saw my memo where I addressed the various code sections, there's a section in this limited LDCP section of the code that gives someone an opportunity, if there is development on their property,
Oh,
to
okay.
then limit additional development for conservation. The Deer Hammer property
Yeah.
is a
okay.
good example of
Right.
that.
And this is before Deer Hammer?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. So this property, but the code also gives you the ability, if you do not have it, and in the case of the Deer Hammer property, there were certain acreage calculations that got us to Stanley's specific request for TDRs because he had development on the property. In this situation, limited development conservation parcel with no development, then you don't deduct acres, you just go, okay, the property divided by 35
Okay.
acres.
Yeah, I read that, I just still
Yeah.
a little confused, thank you.
Right, right.
We should actually have more land use codes that say no development properties. But we don't really have anyone that says that.
So the code has a couple things that are required for an LDCP. You have to have more than 160 acres, and you have to be zoned. There's several zone districts that the underlying zoning has to be to qualify for this type of review. And RS 30 is one of them, and this property is zoned RS 30. And because there's no development on the property, the code then says you divide the total property by 35, and you come up with your number of TDRs that one can request. And for this property, you divide 283 by 35, and you get 8.08 acres. So the applicants are requesting 35 acres.
Okay.
It's also important to note that in our code, in section 1 of our code, the code states, no subdivision shall be deemed to occur by virtue of a jurisdictional line. A parcel which is situated in another jurisdiction, in addition to Pitkin County, shall be considered as a whole, and the zoning district applicable in Pitkin County shall be considered on the entire parcel for purposes of determining what development is available in Pitkin County. Staff finds that the property as surveyed meets the criteria for limited development conservation parcel. Staff recommends approval of the special review per the conditions of approval found in your resolution, finding that the proposal is consistent with the 2016 Upper Frying Pan Valley Master Plan to limit residential development to the maximum extent possible, and the use of TDRs and conservation easements as tools to further reduce the possible levels of residential development. And to complement the master plan, I did receive comments from the Frying Pan Caucus.
Oh, you did?
I got these after your packet was due, and I've been remiss, I've not shot these to Charlotte, and I will, so it will go in your file. But Dale Groom, who's one of the caucus members, presidents, I think they have a co-presidency.
Dale
He's-
Combs.
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 Did I said Groom, right? Combs.
Combs.
Dale and Gail Combs, right? We did put the info out to the caucus members and have had some feedback. Everyone that has commented is in support of what CAPK is doing with the Jakeman property. No one has voiced opposition to it. So that's from the caucus. And the other significant finding is that the property possesses valuable open space, scenic and ecological benefits, including valuable riparian habitat associated with the 0.8 miles of Frying Pan River frontage and 1.5 miles of Jakeman Creek. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Paul. And Paul, I know you're nervous because I'm going to run this, but
I'm confident in you.
You got it, Leslie.
So.
Yeah. Thanks, Leslie. Yeah, for everybody watching. I'm Paul Holsinger, the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Open Space and Trails. And I had the pleasure of visiting this property twice, as Leslie said. One with Francis and Leslie, and one to do these aerial shots and drone footage you're about to see. And as far as conservation value, the position of open space and trails when commenting on these referral applications is always not to comment on whether these properties should be developed or not be developed, but whether we see them as worthy of a conservation easement and worthy of our time stewarding them into perpetuity. And so our comments are consistent with every other referral we've had, just like Deerhammer, that, with the placement of the property surrounded by Forest Service. Here you can see Rudeye Reservoir and the Frying Pan, and irrigated acreage here. It certainly meets the criteria for our continued stewardship on this property. You can go to the next.
Wait. The blue line is Jakeman Creek, approximately?
The previous photo was the Frying Pan River.
Oh, that was the Frying Pan. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Paul?
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, hi, Paul. I got confused here. For some reason, I was thinking this property was on the east side of the Frying Pan River. And it looks from this photograph with Rudeye that it's on the west side. And I'm just confused now. I thought I knew where I was, and I don't now.
This is looking west, and the property's on the north side of the Frying Pan.
So on the left
Wait a minute.
as you're going up.
West?
Yes.
This picture shows Rudeye. What
Yeah,
am I
we're-
missing here?
We're looking.
He's lost.
Yeah, we're looking downstream. If you go back to the aerial.
Greg, it's
Okay,
your
thank you.
wife who's supposed to be on the drugs.
So
I'm a bit
not driving,
off,
right?
right, okay. I was thinking we were down by the Cap K, and this is upstream of Rudeye.
No,
above
so-
the Cap
Past
K.
Meredith on the left side.
So it's between Meredith and Thomasville.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Okay,
Here's
and I
Meredith,
think
right here.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and the reason Cap K was mentioned is because the Nichols family owns both Cap K and this Jakeman property. Their ranch manager, Dave Waller, irrigates this and runs cattle on it. So that's why Cap K was in that comment by the caucus. So here's the second, I'll move on.
Oh, sorry, do you want?
No. I'm good. So this property shows the confluence of Jakeman Creek and the Frying Pan.
Okay.
It shows that irrigated meadow. I don't want to confuse, but
Sagebrush.
east of Jakeman, and that thank you for mentioning that, Patty. That sagebrush meadow above the ditch is very important habitat for that trend.
Deer.
For deer and elk,
huge.
and it's huge for biodiversity overall in our valley. It's one of those habitats that we really like to preserve, as well as irrigated acreage and riparian edges and qualities. You can go to the next. Now this is looking north up Jakeman Creek, and you can't quite see it, but you saw from that 30% slope map that there are, as the creek follows up north, there are flat areas kind of picked up that way. There are no more irrigated acreage except for that meadow you see just in the bottom of the photo there, but it goes all the way up and then hits the forest, which is essentially protected buy this property. And Jakeman Creek was flowing when we were there, and the riparian habitat there is in really good shape. Yeah, go ahead. We can go to the movie that should show, and I'll show. So this is starting at that west end. The frying pan is there. You can see up towards the top of the movie right now the driveway and the cars.
Again?
There's 3 cars off at the bottom of the
Oh,
irrigated
okay,
field there.
okay,
That's
yeah.
the driveway and the bridge. One of the things that makes this also a really important piece for open space is that it's bookended by Forest Service on the river, and it's accessed by the public at those locations. So it's a perfect opportunity to acquire an access and recreation easement that's almost a mile long. It's more than a mile when you take into account the Forest Service property.
So you're imagining putting in trails or
No.
just checking?
Just
That's going to be a bike course.
Just the allowance for the public to use within the water course between the 2 Forest Service. There's
Okay.
already access and trails. So here we've just flown over the confluence of Jakeman Creek and the Frying Pan, and this is that irrigated field and the sagebrush up above.
And the rather intimidating power lines, holy mackerel.
Yeah, it's the same ones that go through Deerhammer.
I was going to say.
The
yeah.
same
Really
ones.
too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And now looking up Jakeman, you can see how it meanders up that draw and creates some really nice habitat.
I need to get out of full screen. If I do escape, will it do that?
So I haven't brought this to the Open Space and Trails Board due to the timing of this application. We had budget, and this came through at an awkward time to get this on the agenda. But I did let the OSTB know that I would be submitting a comment for this application consistent with the other properties and properties with these qualities, such as Deerhammer. So where we have opportunities, where there's existing public access through federal lands, then we ask for a fishing easement or access and recreation easement. And the protection of these irrigated meadows, riparian areas, and these sagebrush meadows is something that we would absolutely work with to preserve and protect.
Well, it's clearly spectacular.
Yeah.
Are we being asked then to pass a resolution to do without OST before OST hears it? That's
Well,
unusual.
Yeah, good question.
just the timing of this application, it just didn't give me an opportunity to go to Open Space and Trails. But if it moves forward, I will be bringing the conservation easement and the access and recreation easement to Open Space and Trails, so they will have an opportunity.
So what we would be approving today would be what then?
Special review approval to create a limited development conservation parcel and the request for TDRs. The applicant is requesting 8 TDRs.
Yeah, I saw that. Couldn't miss that one.
Yeah, but because there's no development on this property, the applicant is not proposing any development on the property. There's no other review that goes with this.
All right.
So
Questions,
That
comments?
means this property, if approved, will move on forever with no development other than the continued agricultural pasturing, growing of hay or whatever on that property. So the ag uses will continue. I'm seeing lots of nodding heads, and my head is nodding with you. So that's, really needs to be clear.
Is it used for pasture or just hay?
Pasture.
It's pasture.
It's not
Who-
really used for hay.
Oh, it's all pasture. Who uses it?
Pasture. The Cap K, they had only maybe 5 cow-calf pairs this summer, I guess, because they're resting the pasture. I think they had the rest of them. Didn't he say Rock Bottom? I think that they work with Rock Bottom Ranch also.
Yeah, they're actually partnering with
The Cap K Ranch.
Works with rock bottom?
Yeah, and they have their cows down there now.
Yes, explain that, please, Paul.
Apparently.
So Dave Waller, the manager of Cap K, who also manages this Jakeman property, is actually partnering with Alyssa with Marigold, who is a lessee of Pitkin County Open Space at Glacier, and they're grazing Glacier Open Space with their cattle.
Oh, yeah, I know. Okay. Okay. Cap K. Any other questions? Really?
Well, I will have.
Do you want to let Francis make a presentation? Maybe?
Sure.
I think the staff did great, so
Okay.
I'd answer any questions, like the thing with the cattle. They typically run, I think he said about 20 to 25 pairs.
How many acres is the field?
Oh, the field itself, acreage, I don't know, but it's entirely fenced. So they don't use the national forest property. Some people have allotments, for grazing, but they keep the cows within a fenced-in acreage on the property, the irrigated acreage.
Yeah, it's a lot of irrigation for just a few head of cattle.
I mapped it out. It's about 40 acres of irrigated. It's probably a little more.
Sounds about. I would think, I don't know, I'd have to measure it. I didn't try to measure it. It's on both sides of Deerhammer Creek, and then as you go up, it's just.
You mean Jakeman?
Jakeman, I'm sorry. And then as you go up, it's mostly on the one side of the creek and hillside on the other. But, so that stands, 25 pairs would probably be about right for that. It's a big acreage, but it's a lot of woods and steep sagebrush, too.
The drone footage was great. Steve, I know you have something.
Well, what I am struggling with is the fact that the majority of this property is in Eagle County. And I understand the whole thing about that we have other parcels, like in the Emma area, where they're in Pitkin County and Eagle County. So I understand that in terms of what you consider the zoning to be. What I struggle with totally is issuing TDRs for land that sits in Eagle County, where the only place they can sell those TDRs is in Pitkin County. So we in effect would be transferring development from Eagle County into Pitkin County with no, Eagle County totally would benefit, Pitkin County would suffer the consequences of it. So the request for the 8 TDRs, I absolutely cannot go there. I could go for issuing TDRs on the Pitkin County portion of the land, because I totally see the benefit of the, preserving this land and not building more houses on it. I also think if they wanted to build a house on there, it wouldn't have that much impact on the whole Frying Pan Valley. So, it's across the river. There could be a house there that nobody would see. Now, knowing the, Lynn Nichols' family and kind of understanding where they're coming from, I understand why they just want to keep it like it is. If Eagle County would create a TDR program that someone from Pitkin County could sell their TDRs in Eagle County, and they would do the development, do the extra square footage in Edwards or Avon or Vale or somewhere else in Eagle County, I'd be perfectly fine with that, issuing that many TDRs. But the way it stands, I will not go there beyond issuing TDRs for the Pitkin County portion only.
Ms. Clapper.
Yes, I don't necessarily disagree with Steve, because that was my first blush response, was all the amount of land that's in Eagle. But what's the access to the Eagle County land? Is it not through Pitkin County? So if they were to build houses up in that section that's in Eagle County, which they could do, we would be, that impact would be coming through Pickens County. And to build another house on that property, we had this discussion with Deerhammer. There is an impact of construction going up and down the frying pan. And we know that that is not a safe road at, all times of the year. The impacts to when that's a busy summer road with all of the visitors and guests and users of Route I, not a great idea to be doing more development up the frying pan. I am concerned about the 8, but, if you look at the eight lots, I think that's where they're tying in the 8 TDRs, a TDR per lot and per development. But I think the benefit to Pickens County is a preservation of all of this land. And I think we need to discuss the number of TDRs because I want to see this move forward. And I know where at least 2 members of my board stand on TDRs. I think that's where we need to be focusing the discussion on what we think is fair. And I guess the first thing would be, do we not want to see this preserved as it is, as ag use, with the incredible habitat, the river frontage, the river.
Creek.
And creek. And, and just the impact of development in the Eagle County portion for Pickens County would be huge. Because they can't drone construction, they can drone a flyover and give us pictures, but, so I think that's where I'm looking at going. I could probably move forward with 6 to 8 TDRs, but I want to see where the board wants to land on that, or if the board wants to land on that.
Well,
Thank you, Francie.
I'm wondering about the, whether there are any land use implications of are putting restrictions on Eagle County land.
Well, first, I wouldn't do it without Eagle County's knowledge and acquiescence to it.
What a good idea.
By the way, Eagle County,
And
we'll do that in
assuming
Marco,
that,
but not
and
Eagle.
knowing that the benefit, as Steve said, runs to Eagle, and they're not picking up any of the costs, so to speak. I can't imagine that they would be against it, but it's good to make sure that's confirmed.
Have they been contacted?
Eagle County was referred on this application, and one of the planners and I kind of emailed back and forth, and she ultimately said, "Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity. We have no comment." And
Called them also.
right, and I explained to her.
No comment?
Well, yeah. I explained to her maybe I included her referral comment in
You said that they were supportive of this application.
They were supportive of it, but that was beyond that. It was, and I explained to her
Well,
the program and the conservation easement and everything like that, so.
not getting a thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways glance, whatever, from the planning office as a referral is good, but they don't have anything to do with managing Eagle County interests.
Right.
And when another county comes into a different county and starts buying up land, that's a problem. And even if all we're acquiring is an interest in land in the form of a conservation easement, it's still something. And I would pass that through at least their administrative office so that there can be some kind of whatever their process might be for a dialogue on that, to say, yes, we give you your blessing. I mean, that's the protocol we
Something
did
more
when we deal with Gunnison, we deal with Garfield, and we've dealt with Eagle in the past.
So if we were to approve this, it would be with the contingency that
I would
they,
make
it
sure
goes to
that,
the BOCC over there, or
I'll tell you
the
what,
county manager, or
if Mesa decided to acquire some land in Pickens County, especially up on the northwest corner, I think you'd probably be a little peeved. So
If we weren't
in
consulted.
showing others the same consideration we would expect,
Okay.
I would do it first.
Thank you.
So there's that. Then the other thing is I mean, it's a valid point to consider. I mean, we are, through our program, preserving property in a different jurisdiction. So I think that it's reasonable for the board to talk about the number of TDRs. I mean, and consider the value of the property and all the other things that you typically discuss.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I share the concern that Steve expressed. I would like every applicant who comes to us with a plan to neutralize their property and generate TDRs to also bring to us a plan on where the TDRs will land. And this is kind of interesting. You know, what municipality would accept 20,000 feet of additional floor space in an application, based on this deal? And is it even certain that a TDR can't land in the frying pan? You have to refresh my memory, but Patty's concerned about reducing construction in the frying pan, but who says the TDRs couldn't land there?
Good point.
And well, where will they land? That's, as you all know, that's the question I always ask. And as we're up to about 340 or 50,000 square feet of TDRs floating out there, ready to land somewhere, it gives me pause. And I'm going to say that I really appreciate the rural landowners who do put their property in conservation easement, but don't come looking for, a big TDR treasure chest in there as part of their deal. It's heartbreaking for me because I want to preserve this land, and I do appreciate the family and what they've been doing so far, but I guess I just have to ask why. Why this? And I would love to preserve all of the Eagle County properties in that watershed to protect them, because I consider them part of our watershed. So this is tough. I'm not prepared to approve an ATDR request, certainly. And I'd like to see some of those questions answered, and I'd like them to come back with something that is more reasonable, but I don't know what that is. I'm just having trouble swallowing the TDRs altogether here. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Is Lynn Nichols married to Jim Gilchrist?
Yes.
And they have another piece of property in the frying pan where they actually
And up on North Fork.
So but they live in the frying pan. Don't they live near Seven Castles or something?
Yeah.
Further up.
Suzanne, I think, had a comment on TDR use up there.
And is that an operating ranch where they live?
Yeah. So we approved a CDPUD on the North Fork property where they had the one house that they could build 4750 or whatever the number was, and then they got 6 or so TDRs under the CDPUD, but that was entirely in Pickens County.
Right, that was in Pickens County, and they don't own that property anymore. They sold that after they got the
So I have some thoughts on other approaches besides the TDR thing. This is
Wait, Greg's question as to the use of where TDRs can go, can we just finish that? Do you mind?
Not at all.
So yeah, to Greg's question about can TDRs land up the frying pan, they have a 5750 maximum floor area limit. So the only way they could land, I guess, was through potential subdivision if it was a TDR was used for a new development right, but they would not be used for additional floor area.
Thank you.
Thanks, I just wanted that, I
No,
wasn't
it's
sure.
good.
May I just add one thing? When, Steve, you were talking about building a ranch or doing a ranch house that is.
Who was talking about that?
Francie, you were a house that would not be visible
No,
from.
that was Steve.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's mentioned.
I do want to point out that because our code says we have to consider the entire property, the size of this property would allow someone to build ag structures of unlimited size.
Well,
FYI.
the only construction that can be approved in Eagle County would be approved by Eagle County, not our code. So I don't know
Right.
if they allow unlimited ag structures.
They don't have any floor area in that zone,
They do not.
so they allow unlimited.
Hopefully they're going there soon.
But if an applicant came in and said, I want to build a house with ranch structures on the Pickens County side, our code tells us we consider the entire property, 283 acres, and there's no limitation when you get to a property that size on ag square footage, FYI.
It'd
On
be a
ag
house
square
and-
footage.
On ag square footage, and that was a big deal when we were talking about Deer Hammer.
Yes.
So in this case,
Thank you, Leslie.
They don't want to develop the property. They want to get 8 TDRs worth $8 million plus something. Right now.
The bear's in the middle of the
just a minute.
street. No, the bear's in the middle of the street, the bear cub.
Oh dear.
Sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just saw him hopping down the middle of the street.
Yeah, the cars are stopping you.
Yeah, my license.
Oh, we need
It's exciting.
Sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just saw this little brown butt jumping through the street. Is he okay?
I can't see him, but I see cars stopped.
Okay.
Now they're moving.
Nobody can say we're easily distracted.
Oh, there he goes. He just came over the fence right towards us.
Patty and I we see a lot of things out on the street that nobody else gets to see.
And I wasn't
Sitting over
I wasn't using my
It's the
usual.
mother. It's the mother.
Oh, it's the
She's
mama?
going back up the tree, it looks like.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt the meeting, but jeez.
So, comparing, we could maybe compare this to the Glacier open space land, where there were no TDRs involved in that. It was just Picken County put in money, Eagle County put in money, maybe Basalt. I can't remember. Basalt put in money too. GOCO put in money.
Yep.
This is more similar to that than anything. I think they saw the TDR as an easy way to do this, but I think the appropriate way to approach this would be to cooperate with Eagle County and do maybe we put in 2 or 3 TDRs for the Picken County part. Eagle County puts in money for their part and preserve the whole thing like we did with Glacier open space. I will not vote I just flat out won't vote to issue TDRs for land in somebody else's county where the square footage is landing in Picken County. I think that runs totally counter to our TDR program. But I would totally be in favor of working with Eagle County and having them put some cash in or something like that totally would work for me, and I think that would be the proper way to do this.
I'm gonna respond quickly to
Yeah, and
Steve.
then Greg had his hand up before
And
me,
also, I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Francis.
Oh, mine too.
But not
Ben
Francie,
Hanson.
he's Francis.
So I,
Mother-in-law, I'm Francie.
I don't like the idea of the TDRs either, in general. And, if we're talking if they stay hot like they are, $16 million, well, we could probably buy it, so I would rather have both us and Eagle County come together and make a cash offer to Lynn and Jim and whatever relatives Lynn has, I don't know. But I've kind of preferred that all along anyway, just buying a conservation easement instead of getting TDRs. I don't know what kind of conservation easement value. It's like half the value usually. Is that it about?
It's a good rule of thumb,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't know.
Yeah.
With
Okay,
no
so
development, it might be.
that's kind of the way I'm feeling. Thank you so much for putting that forward. And we'll go Greg, Patty, and then Francis. Greg?
Right, thank you. What I've heard from Steve and from Francie and Patty as well on this. I'd love to look for other means. I think maybe AVLT would cooperate with us. Maybe GOCO would cooperate with us. And since it hasn't gone, since there's kind of the bum's rush on this, it hasn't gone through Dale's office and it hasn't gone through, a different process. And so I would encourage the landowners to do that. For all the above reasons, I think they've heard us articulate fairly strongly. Because yes, I'd love to see this preserved. I'd love to see them compensated for the preservation. I just don't think this mechanism works. Unless they have a specific place they know they're going to land the TDRs, in which case I'd love to hear about it. Thanks.
Betty?
Yeah, Francie, I appreciate the issue of let's buy a conservation easement. It's where the money coming from. So, I mean, we are already looking at spending down what we have in open space and trails funds for other big projects, and I don't know where, we can't print money, and we have all these other issues before us. But that being said, I think we could look at partners. I would like more input from Eagle County. But my bottom line is, I want to preserve this property as the applicant is bringing forward with no development. And how the rest of the board figures out how we get there, that would be great. I'm willing to throw in TDRs at some level if we need to balance out funds from other entities, to balance this out and make it fair for all parties involved. But I don't want to see this property go to development.
Francis?
Well, we're only here because of the Pitkin County Code. If you didn't have the part that required me, Steve, to come in for the applicants with the entire property, you created this monster. So we're here because of you guys, and now you don't want to follow your own code. The code gives it 35 acres per TDR, regardless of the zoning, whether it was AF 10-acre zoning, 20-acre zoning, 35-acre zoning. That's how it works up there. It's 1 acre per 35. Eagle County thought it was great. I called GIS, I called the planning office, didn't know I should call the county commissioners. Things usually go through planning. They were happy and thrilled with it. In fact, they didn't even charge me to get a bunch of adjacent property owners, because I went to Pitkin County owners also. And they thought, oh, it's great, no charge. I said, I don't work for Eagle County government. Go ahead and charge me. They said, what you're doing is great, just no charge. So that's where I left off with Eagle County. If I thought I should go further, I would have. But, you know, you only see this as an impact and a cost to Pitkin County. I see it as a great benefit. You get to preserve a valley that comes into this county. And the majority of that valley is in Eagle County. The development is going to affect primarily Pitkin County. That's where the traffic's going to be. That's where the trucks are going to be, because it's going to get developed if this doesn't happen sooner or later. Probably later, because these guys don't want to develop, but everybody gets old. And that's what they're doing, is planning for the future. This is estate planning, and it's probably the only way you're going to keep cattle operations going around here is having some money to keep them going. And just like we said, if they're running cattle down at Rock Bottom, somebody at Rock Bottom is making money off of them too. If that goes away, more cows go away. So if that's what you want, that's where
my
you're
point
that's
exactly.
where you're headed. That's where you're headed. It's not costing you anything to give this guy TDRs. You're going to get some. I don't know where they're going to land. You
It's
have
not
a wide
costing
open.
Eagle County anything. That's the point. Eagle
it.
County needs to pony up
They're
to
not.
be part of
They
this.
have a different view of development. They're fine with development there. If that's what you want us to do, that's fine. I'll go tell the clients that we want 8 lots up there.
Well, one other issue I have is this didn't go before our Open Space and Trails Board either, and I think we need to refer it to them and have them take a look at it. I think they would probably come up with the same assessment that I did, that
But maybe not.
it's worth, maybe not, we don't know, but I think it's worth pursuing the other and proper channels for approval of, raising money for this.
Francis, I think everybody here would love to preserve this land. There's no question about that. Nobody wants to see development there. We're just trying to explore some other avenues for getting there. So that's all we're doing.
Yeah,
We're
I
not
know
saying no.
that, but
So I have a suggestion.
Patty? And then you, Greg?
Is this a
I'd like
public
to
hearing?
take you all up. If you
I'd
clearly
love that.
you're not going anywhere today, so
Is it a public
if you
hearing?
want to have a site check, let the staff know, and I'm happy to go up anytime. But I need to know because I need to tell
Yeah.
the
Okay, we'll get there.
rancher who may have hunters up there, that kind of thing.
We'll
It's-
get there in just a minute.
Would you like me to
Patty?
put my motion out now?
No,
or
let's
you
hear
have
from
public
Greg
hea-
first, if you
And then
don't
we have
mind.
public comment, and public hearing
Yeah.
too. Okay.
Greg,
I'm
did you
a-
have
Yeah,
some comments?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate what Francis said, and I'm sorry about this is one of those things that's tough. This is really tough because, as we've said, we all want to develop, we all want to see it, conserved. I want to see a conversation with AVLT, with our open space staff, so they can really exhaust the options that we might have available on this. There may be other options which are suitable to the owners that will solve this problem. And so I'm optimistic about that, and I don't want to be rushed. So today I would vote no, but I'm hoping to vote yes to a better deal that's better for all of us going forward. And I hope Francis is optimistic as well that we're making progress here, but it's just different.
I wonder this is one of those things I don't understand about why do we only get this one time? You know, like, I never quite understand that only one reading thing.
How the land use code is
A
written.
lot of land use items are set up under the code to just come to you in an informal resolution, and that means, I mean, it means, in theory, one meeting. It doesn't mean you're limited to one.
Yeah.
It's,
Which we've
completely
proven we're not
arbitrary.
limited to one.
One reading, two readings.
And sometimes,
Three processes,
Okay, I
four
get it.
steps.
sometimes more than 2 readings and a site visit.
Okay, I think we probably should figure out a way to take a little more time on this. Definitely have it go to OST. I would like to see that. And maybe they'll come up with a resolution that works for everybody. They tend to be pretty creative. Paul, do you have more you'd like to say?
Yeah.
You got that look on your face.
Well, before you go too far, I was just going to say, you know, with these referral comments, like I said, we try and separate that issue of like, does the Open Space and Trails Board, you know, condone TDRs? We keep that off.
I
So
understand.
our boards don't butt heads and we just talk about the conservation values, which this property obviously has. Also, our program is landowner driven, and if a landowner would like to talk about payment for conservation or, you know, that kind of thing, or talk about partnering with Eagle County because they have an open space fund, then we would absolutely do that. But I just want to make sure that the OSTB
You're
will
saying
not
we
weigh in
shouldn't
on-
expect OST to make a decision on whether or not TDR should be issued. But they do make decisions on acquiring conservation easements
And
with
protection
money.
Yes.
So, okay.
I think if they came through, they would be happy to not spend money and get this outcome, get it conserved. But if we should look at paying for a conservation easement, we can do that too.
Well, hopefully some of them are watching right now.
Okay.
Steve?
So I came in here today, I did my math, and they even fudged the math a little because I used 30 acres and said they could get 3 TDRs, which actually they would need 105 acres in Pitkin County to get 3. I'm willing to do 3 TDRs on this.
For the Pitkin County
For the
portion.
Pitkin County portion.
But the whole thing would be conserved because it's coming in as one parcel.
And someone else, Eagle County, well, maybe the Nichols accept that as,
No,
you know, that's potentially
it's not going to happen.
$4 to
Steve.
$6 million or something. But I anticipate that Eagle County should be coming up with some money for it, just a cash for their part of the deal. We also might want a public access, a trail up Jakeman Creek, perhaps. I don't know. That, you know, a public benefit other than just preserving it is a possibility. I think that should be considered, and I think our OST board is more, they have more experience in like analyzing properties and figuring out what's a good conservation easement for it. What are the wildlife values up Jakeman Creek? Maybe we don't want any public walking up there. I don't know those kind of answers, but those kind of things I think we should find out before, you know, making a decision. I want to move this thing forward, but I think it needs to be done in a different fashion.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I just need to ask, maybe this is an Ely or a Suzanne question. I don't really want to deny this today, but I would like to table it or
Continue it?
We have a public hearing.
Continue.
and
Yeah.
I'm trying to make a motion.
Go ahead.
and so that's all. That's just my comment there, and I'd make a motion to do that unless Patty's making a motion.
I'm waiting for public comment before I make my motion.
Okay, all right, we'll open up the public hearing. Is there anybody in the public who would like to talk about this? Special review approval for a limited development conservation parcel for the Nichols Family Trust.
Nobody online?
Michaela, anybody online? Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
Okay, I would like to make a motion. Would a continuance or tabling be of procedural correctness?
Continuing.
I want to continue this to a date certain. I think it's going to take a while. If we're going to consult, okay, because my motion would include consultation with Open Space and Trails, with Eagle County, and with any other opportunities for partnership for conservation easement, be it, I don't know if it would qualify for GOCO grant down the line or what the opportunities there are, but some other sort of shared funding mechanism to preserve this property and address the concerns and issues for the family who's bringing this forward. So I'm thinking of a date certain of.
When's OST next meet?
Well, the next opportunity for open space, there's a joint meeting on December 5th between BOCC and
So
Open Space and
let's bring
Trails.
it back to the last meeting in December, and we can always continue it from there, correct?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest January because you're talking about a lot of
Yes.
people, parties.
Yes, January.
And,
So I'm going to continue it to the first regular meeting in January, which is the 10th of January, 2024. We're continuing until January.
January 10th.
2024.
And we will discuss, you'll put it on OST for the 5th?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll talk to Gary.
Leslie?
But I have a motion.
Is
Do I
what
have a
should say.
second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Oh, all right, seconded, so let's hear from Leslie.
Is the board interested in us scheduling a site visit?
Yes.
Better do it quick.
Yeah.
Okay,
Greg and I will go.
we will work on that then.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Francis. It makes a big difference when we actually see it.
It
walk
does,
on
but with our schedules coming up, we'll schedule it and see who can go and who can't
We
go.
will try.
Yeah.
Is there a trail up that creek that you can walk into the?
Yeah, you can drive the whole way.
Two-track.
As long as it's not snow.
Right.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
used as hunting access.
if there's no further discussion, we'll put it to a vote to continue this until January 10th with the stipulation that it will come before OST,
Did Francis
Eagle
have
County, and any other
any
interested
other,
parties.
any other opportunities for funding?
Yeah.
Well, that was, my question was, what are we continuing it for?
Can we what?
What are we continuing it to hear from somebody?
Yeah, we want to see if there's joint partnerships in helping to fund the preservation of this property. Other than TDR requests, because right now, if you're going for TDRs, you're not going to get anywhere.
Well, you might get a few, but you're not gonna get 8, and you shook your head at 3, so we'd
Yeah,
like to
there's no
find
way.
other ways to help conserve this property, like partnering with AVLT, or, we have lots
Eagle
of creative
County or
ways
what-
that we've done things before, and,
I'll reach out to Eagle.
so.
I was going to say, I think in the past, when you've sort of asked for us to look at other opportunities, it's not really us so much as it's kind of kicked into Paul and Dale's realm to, have those conversations and I think
Right.
reach
Yeah,
out
it
to
was
other entities. So,
Kind of where I was coming
Um,
from, because I
yeah.
don't think they're interested in sending me around the countryside asking.
No.
No, not you,
different
you don't have to do a thing.
Maybe there's some
I think
opportunities.
they're gonna
we-
walk, to tell you the truth, but that's how it goes.
Well,
I think it's clear.
threaten or not, we're
Yeah,
gonna
so-
proceed as we are.
Well, I hope you amend your TDR program, and maybe you should amend the part about having my client's property being considered by
Well,
you.
I would amend it if Eagle County would accept our TDRs in their.
They don't have a program that'll take years, and I don't think we want to wait
They
there.
don't,
We have a question
I'd
on
be
it.
totally in favor of that if other.
they don't want your
municipalities-
TDRs, they'll let them build 6 houses. All they have is they have an access review according to Pickens County, Eagle County.
We've all been to Willett.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All those in favor,
Good
please
point.
say aye.
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 Thank you. I'm going to take a wee break before we do Jim.
Okay.
Because I wanted, that bear was down on the
I
ground.
hope
Now
you
she-
will
there she
convey
is.
to Lynn that we
On the
definitely
ground.
would like to see this conserved. We just want to find some way other than granting a bunch of TDRs in Eagle County.
I sent this application a year ago, and Open Space never looked at it. I don't know what to do, you know?
Okay, well, we'll see what
Well,
happens.
I
Thank
heard
you.
Greg say that, you know, last minute. I've been working with the client for 3 years on this. It may be the last minute because your staff should have sent some referrals that they didn't,
Thank you, Francis.
and maybe they should think about that. I don't mean that exactly. I mean, if they want site checks or,
We'll take a break and be back in 6
Well-
minutes, Andorra. That'll be at 4:44.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Welcome back to the Pitkin County Commissioners' regular Wednesday meeting on November 1st.
Crazy.
We have one land use action, and then we're gonna have an exec session. That's what's in front of us. So number 9 is forwarding a resolution to the Planning and Zoning Commission allocating 2023 urban growth boundary residential GMQS allotment for additional floor area to 114 Maroon Drive LLC. And is that you?
I get this one.
Okay.
That's
Suzanne.
about it. I think you just said it all. We had a one growth management application for the UGB for additional floor area. The property is 114 Maroon Drive, which is across from the golf course. What people knew of as the tennis club subdivision, or now referred to as Pyramid View. They received an allocation of 566 square feet. The code just requires us to forward the P&Z resolution. The P&Z actually grants the allotment. So that is the resolution that's in front of you. Is basically the scores are being forwarded to you. There is no action required on your part. That's about it.
Is this in the, what used
Well
to be
then.
called the tennis court subdivision?
Tennis club, yep.
And they actually had a caucus area there, didn't they, or
Uh-uh.
a defunct one? At one
I
point.
think
They
Steve
had,
might
they
be
had,
right.
they had an HOA of sorts there, but.
I think they called themselves a caucus. Whether they were a county recognized one or
Yeah.
not, I don't know, but I think you're right.
My computer just froze.
So just out,
Frozen.
I was curious what their allowed square footage is and how big the existing house is.
I'm going to let Mike Kramer come to the table, and I'm going to punt any specific questions about the property to Mike. As I didn't actually review the application, I was just here to help
Francie,
forward
have
the
you ever
scores.
formally met
Any
Mike
place,
Kramer?
and just make sure the microphone's red.
Mike Kramer used to be on our side, then he crossed to the dark side, and then he went private sector. So
Wow.
we have a long history with Mikey.
A long, good history. And there's a dark side and there's a darker side out there. Yeah.
I was being polite.
Well, nice to meet you, Mike.
Hi, Francie. Nice to meet you too. Steve, what was the question again? What was the
Well,
allowable?
what's the existing square footage of the house, and what's the total allowed in the zone district they're in?
Okay. So today, the house measures for gross floor area 8,792 square feet. And just to break it out, that number includes the above grade floor area, garage space, and then a basement.
And what was the last one?
What's that?
Floor space and what did you?
So floor area, above grade floor
Yeah.
area, and then that includes the garage floor area and then the basement floor area.
Oh, basement, okay.
Yep.
Oh, it does include the basement.
It does, yeah. Above grade floor area for the residence is 5,589 square feet. And that's what's out there today.
Okay.
And then the applicant requested a 566 square foot GMQS allotment. It's a very small one. And that would bring the total up to gross floor area, Steve, would be 9,358 square feet for total. So that's basement, garage, and above grade. And then the addition that they want to do is totally above grade. It's a master bedroom addition. So they'd have a 6,155 square foot above grade build. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
And we committed there were four significant commitments we made for the GMQS application. And if you would like me to go through them, I certainly can.
I don't need you to.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you
No,
guys?
no, I was just curious, and it's sort of comparing it to the recommendation of our growth committee to have the 9250 be the
It's close.
maximum. So this is really close to what our new maximum would be.
It's a great little subdivision back there.
It's what?
It's a great little neighborhood back there.
Is it? Okay, well, thank you for telling us about it.
Mikey,
Okay.
good to see you.
Good to see you too. Becky.
Nice to meet you,
Those
Mike.
babies are growing up.
No, they're getting huge. Yeah. And full of sugar from last night.
Get it over with quickly.
So we're going to go into exec session, and I do that before I
Can
close
I
this
ask
meeting,
a
right?
question? Can we do open discussion before we do that? Because we'll be on camera.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you, Francie.
I had just two quick items for the board. The board had interviewed a candidate for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, and I am afraid to try and pronounce the name.
Mache is his first
Mache,
name?
thank you. And if the board is in agreement with appointing Mache, we could prepare a resolution for the November 15th.
She's filling what seat? I forget.
Is he what?
He. I didn't get to watch the link because I tried to open the link, it wouldn't open. Then I opened it and had to watch the whole meeting to try and find it. So I thought I would turn to you guys for wise advice.
He's a very involved person. He's been very involved with water issues. He's on the Grassroots Coalition for Crystal River Wild and Scenic. He actually did the photography of Ewell Creek when they moved the creek. It brought it to everybody's attention that they had moved the creek. He wanted to run for county commissioner, but then when he realized who I was, we'd worked together at CCS, he decided not to, so he wants to be involved in the county. He's young. He shows up at every Crystal River Caucus meeting, and I think he would be a really good addition to
Thank you.
this.
That's what I needed to hear. Chuck Ogilvy's seat? No,
It's Chuck's seat, yeah.
Yeah,
He
Chuck.
lives up the road from Chuck in that. You know, as you're going towards Redstone, there's one last little road that sort of goes down
Before the Redstone.
before the north entrance to Redstone.
yeah.
He lives on that road. He's been building a house. His
cool.
wife is Stacy, and she does the aerials, the rope, teach, you know, all the performances on ropes and fabric and stuff
Cool.
in Carbondale.
Okay, I don't have a problem if I mean, sounds to me like he's a good
I want to
candidate.
appoint him.
Yeah, I'm good too.
Greg? Yeah,
Okay.
that's a nod.
We'll take that as direction. Then just on the more fun side, we have been able to secure a location and time for our holiday party, which will be December 8th, 6:30 to 9 at the Snowmass Limelight this year.
I didn't know there was a Snowmass
I
Limelight.
thought you were gonna say the Snowmass
We'll
Library. and I'm
get
like, we don't-
official announcement.
The Snowmass what?
Limelight.
Oh, the Limelight,
Yeah.
okay.
And that's December 8th.
8th.
That's a Friday night?
Yep. 6:30 and 9:30,
It's also payday.
which will
Just to
make the
let you
party
know.
that much better.
No.
I told you that.
What time? What was the time?
6:30 to 9, or however late we end up staying as long
Carrying
as
on.
stuff is open. Yeah.
Do we get rooms at the Library?
We're working on blocks now.
Rooms? Holy mackerel.
Yes, sir.
Francie, I've got one thing, if you don't mind. 2 more minutes. I
Okay.
need you all to appoint a board of appeals to hear an appeal from a decision of the building department. So I'm probably gonna bring a really quick resolution next week. I know you all are super busy, but it would just be a one reading informal resolution to
week.
point the, or I'm sorry, the week after,
Mike, do we have a meeting
the
next week?
15th. So.
Oh, the 15th.
I thought it was coming
It-
today.
it-
So
will be
can,
really
we
quick.
could just appoint the BOCC as the Board of Appeals, right?
No,
For this?
under the home rule charter and the land use code, you have to be in the construction industry to be on the Board of Appeals. And this is different than an appeal of a land use determination. This is an appeal of a building code decision. So I will bring you more information on it, but I just wanted to let you know that it's coming.
You'll bring us some names.
The names will be the
Existing board.
joint board of appeals that we have with the city of Aspen. I just need you to endow them with
This,
jurisdiction.
okay.
And we share that board with the city of Aspen, and we've done that historically. So I'll bring you the list
Are
of
there any
names.
Down Valley people on that board?
You have to be a resident of Pickens County. I believe some of the folks, and I will confirm this for you. I'm glad I'm getting these questions out now. Some of those folks will be, I'll find out where they are, but
If they're all Aspen people,
no, they're not. They're a mixture of Pickens County and Aspen folks.
Has
well,
to
yes,
be a-
but a lot of times when we talk about Pickens County and people, they live up
Sure,
here, so.
Sure. It's a hard, I will say this, it's a hard board to get people to serve on, for sure. So that's one of the reasons we share it with the city of Aspen, is because that way we have enough members on it. But I'll bring back more information,
Okay.
and I'll give you some information on the nature of what is going on, and it's a requirement under the home rule charter that we have one.
Okay.
So, anyway.
And I just want to add that was a meeting, that you have an APCHA meeting that day.
On the
this room-
15th
In this
at
room,
4.
so we need to
Yeah,
keep
they
things
start at
short and
4.
I
sweet.
know, I think I can do it in under 10 minutes.
You know,
I'm
if we
writing
run a
that
little
down.
over and they have to wait, this is what's gonna happen. John, did you have another one for us?
I do not.
Okay, any other open discussion? Steve?
Nope.
Greg, open discussion?
Oh,
I,
go ahead. I was
gonna
going to tell
make a
Greg
motion.
I Greg, I sent you a link for the exec. It should be in your email.
I will make a motion, go into executive session for the purposes of
Rock Creek Road Association litigation discussion with counsel pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B and WEG contract negotiations discussion with counsel pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B.
So
I'll
moved,
second
John.
that.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, we'll look for you in just a minute.
Do we need to adjourn our regular meeting and go upstairs?
Well,
Meeting stays open and then
Okay.
so do we need to go upstairs or next?
Just because grassroots is breaking
Grassroots
down.
needs to break down, and I'm too.